Alright, we're going live in T-minus -6 minutes. No, I'm kidding. Hold on. We're actually going live in like a minute. Don't worry. The magic 7-minute mark will start. Oh god, now it finally texted me. Or did it? Nope. Normally my Discord tells me I'm doing a stream. This time it didn't. I think my Discord is haunted now. Wouldn't that be a great thumbnail? Anyway. Oh crap. Sorry, I was just responding to somebody. And now my Discord tells me I'm starting. Oh my goodness, everything is coming apart. Oh god, it's all falling apart. Help! Ah! I hope the person that I was just responding to doesn't take offense to me being like, oh no, I'm responding to people. Ah! But don't worry, I have a really good joke to start this out. Are y'all ready for my joke? I'm gonna make a really funny joke. Okay, now I got time to actually transition. Alright, we're starting in 5 seconds. Aw, who would say no to this face? Apparently 81% of you. Hi everybody, I'm Dirk the Red Panda, and this is Far Beyond the World. No shade to our poor Amicus boy here. We'll save your VN for another day. But 60% of you voted for Far Beyond the World, so that's what we're doing. It had quite a huge lead compared to our other 4 options, and yeah. I'm loving all the options that I have for my VNs right now. It's so hard to add on other VNs, but so I just wanted to get that out of the way to be like, why haven't I played this one yet? Why haven't I played that one yet? I can only do so much as a college student. But yes, I'm looking forward to this update, definitely. And since the 15th was... Yes? No, today. I can't count. Apparently, the 15th is today. Give it up for day 15. But yeah, Far Beyond the World updates on the 15th always. And so did Password. And Terra updated like a day or 2 ago. And then Minotaur Hotel and Wolfstar, I always have to catch up with. So yeah, that's kind of my list of things I have on my to-do list. I'm probably gonna try and limit myself to once a week now to kind of start getting a better school schedule. But nonetheless, we are going to play the first 2 of the 3 days of Far Beyond the World. I heard it's like 3 days in one. So let's just say I'm trying to play up to the Tano part so I can redeem the Tano voice that I have. I've been waiting to do this voice for months now, and I need to do it. I'm like the kid with like the vein where it's like you haven't talked about something for 5 minutes. It's like Dirk not doing his new Tano impression for 5 minutes. Lord, I need to get started on it. Wow, has it really been since February? Jeez. Man, time is flown by, and I cannot speak. Oh, hey, Kael's here. Wait. Oh no, your Amicus is stuck. Take my Amicus instead. Or I'm not sure where Calais is. Or is that somebody's? Where is it? Is that your... Okay, I'm breaking down. I cannot impromptu speak anymore. I don't mind your Chicano voice. You do you. Oh, I thought you said you do, as in like, I don't mind it. You do. Damn. I'm just roasting myself constantly. Alright. Oh, it's in France. I wasn't sure if that was... I was like, your boyfriend's name is something else, though. I forgot it. I'm a terrible person. But... I swear I was not... I was trying not to get Kael to talk too much, because I feel bad when creators get bombarded by fans, but sorry. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Oh man, I'm always great at starting these videos. Oh god, the radio company's calling me. No, we are not talking to the radio company. Alright, let's get started then, shall we? In 5 seconds. Alright, we're starting now. No more mistakes can be made. This is a high-risk, high-reward situation. We are alone. Ranok is gone. Sound the alarms. Sound the alarms. I close my eyes and simply drift away into the memory of his warm embrace. The gray wolf fills my dreams. What else does he fill? His scent, his kind gaze, and the way his fur feels against my naked skin. Oddly enough, I am aware that it's just a wish away. However, I give into it completely. Despite him barely leaving, I'm already starved for his presence, and his image gives me peace. I spend the night in this sweet surrender until a sudden jolt stirs me up. Did Ranok turn on the vibrator? Oh, he literally did! Ranok just went... The world is shaking and I'm bouncing up and down. Almost slipping out of bed in complete confusion when everything comes to a halt. Oh god, it's Volgor. Oh no. Good. Finally awake. I sit there, looking dumbfounded and clutching my chest as the black wolf lets go of the bed frame. What the fuck, Vol? Don't be looking so grumpy like that, Vol. I'm still salty for March Madness. For a moment, he narrows his eyes at my familiarity, but decides to let it slide. I was knocking for a good while. You were sleeping like a rock. Indeed, it might have been one of those calmest nights I've experienced so far. Up until this point. I throw my gaze towards the window, only to be met by darkness. It's the middle of the night. Just before dawn, actually. And we have work to do. I know Ranok has a tendency to be good den mother, but encouraging idleness and sloth does not nurture a strong character. I blink at him in slight annoyance. Sloth? I was just sleeping. Quite comfortably as well. Inside your master's bed. When the wolf's away, the wards play. The male scoffs, and I'm not entirely sure if he's testing anymore. Teasing anymore. He's testing my patience, goddammit. I've been sleeping here for the past week. I notice his brow raising in curiosity and realize that perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
And where was he?
On the kitchen floor? He looks back into the other room with clear discomfort, and then gives me a rather patronizing stare.
You shouldn't abuse his hospitality like that. It's his bed and he needs to be rested to perform his duties.
I don't think admitting we share the bed... I don't think admitting we share the same bed would sit well with the Black Wolf. So I decide to shrug it off. Besides, it's none of his business what sleeping arrangements we have. He insisted. Anyway, thanks for the gentle wake-up. I mumble ironically, rubbing my sleepy eyes.
If you don't hear an intruder enter your bedchamber, be happy it was shaking that stirred you up and not a dagger.
I've already met your dagger. I wink at him, giving myself an idle stretch and flopping my arms onto the bedding. Besides, you're talking as if you had to be on edge all the damn time. Knife puns.
Maybe not at home, but when camping out there, being vigilant is the only thing that keeps you firmly in the land of the living. Now, get up. I'll start the fire. Ranok made me promise that I'll feed you well. As if a butcher would starve a piglet.
He mutters, disappearing into the kitchen. I throw off the covers and am immediately met by the extremely chilly morning. Perhaps the coldest one yet, and my teeth begin to chatter. God damn this weather. It could make up its... What? It could make up its mind.
What did you expect? It's early spring.
I can hear him rustle around, pieces of wood clanking together as if he arranges them securely within the hearth.
We'll also need to get you some more firewood. Swinging an axe will be a good experience, considering your twigs for arms.
Did Volgor just really say, "Oh, look at those arms. They're so cute. They look like little cigarettes." Oh, he just fully went money machine on us. I frown, looking over my naked body. No, I'm not taking off my clothes for this. I approach the chest and caress the folded dress. I half wonder if it's a good idea for me to wear it. Oh, wow. Lighting. Whoa. I didn't realize how soft and... Not so soft. Didn't realize how small and quaint this cabin entirely was. Wow. 1, I don't want to aggravate the male. But 2, it would be a shame to soil it in the butchery.
Don't put it on,
he says, appearing in the doorway and causing me to wince, half expecting another outburst. Yet, he seems oddly indifferent.
It might be yours now, but I still paid for it. If you ruin it, we'll have to have a little chat. Featuring my dagger.
He sneers and pretty much confirms my assumption. Silk dresses are no good at a butchery. It's cold, though. I mumble, looking to him in slight discomfort. The last person you want to say it's cold to.
You could put on one of Ranok's cloaks, like you did before. It will get warmer once the sun comes out anyway.
I nod. In truth, it'll be some comfort having a place of my wolf around, especially with how testy Vol can be. I join him in the kitchen, seeing the fire already dance merrily. Walk into the comp board. I'm Chems now. Walk into the comp board. I find the same old water in the bowl. I open the window and simply toss it outside. I would love if we tossed out the window and Tana was just standing out there. He's just like looking in. Oh, hey, water effect.
I bought you some fresh water from the spring. It's in the bucket by the door.
The Black Wolf points out and I nod in gratitude. Is there a spring nearby?
Close enough.
Whoever is asking if my Discord, if they can join it, yes, the link's in the description. You don't have to ask. It's free to anybody if you're an adult. At least the safer work parts, I think, are for all ages. I think, yeah. Then, of course, NSFW's 18 plus. Anyway, somebody just asked that and clarifying for everybody.
Close enough.
He responds indifferently as I lift up the handle. It's quite heavy, but I'm not going to complain in front of him. He'll just call me a weakling again, in words of his choice.
Save some in the jug for cooking and drinking. Rest you can use for wash-up.
I nod, looking at the task at hand with worry. The bucket isn't big enough to dunk the pitcher in it. And I know I won't be able to lift it high enough without making a huge spill. Suddenly, I have an idea. It's probably going to be a terrible idea. I grab the pitcher and secure it beneath the bucket as I balance it on the edge of the table. Oh. Maybe I was wrong. That's it. Mind over matter. Every time. I tilt it gently, allowing the water to spill over the edge right into the jug's opening, while he secures a pan in the fireplace. I place the bucket heavily onto the floor. Oh wow, that just splattered everywhere. Looking back at the wolf. He's either ignoring me or trying to pretend he's not paying attention. But I immediately recognize the familiar, satisfied flickers of his tail. They might have a built-in heart rate monitor, but their tails are instant mood giveaways. I just shake my head and decide to continue with my morning routine. I need to use the privy, if you don't mind.
Why would I?
He shrugs and I take it as his approval for me to take my leave. Okay. Once I'm back, I can hear the eggs and bacon already sizzling happily on the hot plate as I approach the cupboard. I wash up, trying not to complain too much about how cold the water is. Despite the outhouse being one of the low points of my stay here, my mood quickly lifts up. The smell filling the room is so reminiscent of my first breakfast in this house. I dry myself and I sit at the table to be greeted with a single plate. There's 2 sunny side ups and a large, marbled slice of ham. I like to imagine that, despite Volgor's personality, he makes it into a happy face for us. You're not going to eat?
I don't break fast until noon.
Why's that? I raise my brow as he passes me one of yesterday's rolls.
I like to work up an appetite. Also, the late night feasting keeps you full throughout the night and morning.
Makes sense. Doesn't sound healthy, though. Oh, honey, you have not seen my diet. I call it the vulgar diet. Eat some little meal at noon, gorge out at night, and then don't eat until noon the next day. He gives me a mocking gaze, spreading his arms and inviting me to inspect his musculature.
Said the guy who gets sick because of flowers and dust.
I shake my head and simply dig in. Vol waits patiently, helping himself to a mug of ale while I finish my meal. I down it as fast as I can, washing it down with a cup of water every now and then. I kind of miss other things. Maybe not sodas. God, Caelan, you're so lame. I can't live without my sodas. But tea or coffee would be nice. Written like a true Brit. Between the water, wine, and ale, there doesn't seem to be much variety.
You're done dallying?
He asks, finished with his drink. Yes. I exhale, swallowing my last gulp and putting the cup down. As you can see, my water cup is just absolutely drenched now. The wolf then uses what little water was left in the bucket to douse the fire, and I put out the candles. I rush to the rack and grab the green cloak. Once it's fastened around my neck, I carefully pick up the dandelion and place it in my pin. Vol only gives me a curious glance, but doesn't inquire further, and I'm glad for it. Really don't feel like explaining this. Oh wow, it's night. It's morning. Why did I say night? Yes, it's nice, beautiful dawn. As we leave the house, the sky slowly fills with teal and pink hues, announcing the incoming sunrise. As right now, it's the incoming sunset in my place. I should probably open up the windows. If I were an extrovert. I don't think I ever started a day this early. If so, it definitely wasn't a norm. We both hop over to the uneven step. Or we both hop over the uneven step. That would be way too painful if we just hopped on it. With Vol trying to contain an approving smirk. We don't talk on our way towards the village center. Most likely on the account of wolves slowly emerging from their domiciles. I notice smoke already rising from Vither's chimney, and there's an undeniable smell of baked bread spreading across the street. I catch a glimpse of the male in his doorway and nod to him respectfully, to which he only smiles. As dignified as I try to be, I stumble on a little stone and nearly lose my footing. That's when Vol grabs my arm mid-flight, saving my face from hitting the dirt. The embarrassment is empowered by the bombastic laughter of the brown male reaching me from his house. Despite my little trip, we don't stop and Vol pulls me forward, interrupting a little massage I was giving to my toes. I don't want to think about toes ever again. Not like this was the worst ever mentioning of toes. There's probably way worse. Anyway, walking barefoot has really done a number on my soles. The roads are mostly packed earth with little debris on them, but still, my feet ache a little. Considering I have just gotten a silk dress, asking for shoes might sound a bit ungrateful and needy. Moreover, as far as I can see, none of them wears any. None of them wear any. I wonder if they even know what shoes are. They have shoes in this world? As we enter the village center, I'm quite surprised at how animated the place becomes just at the break of dawn. There's a myriad of activities, with wolves attending to their respective trades. I can see a fishmonger setting up his shop, merrily plopping down boxes of fresh catch. Did he fish at night? Oh, I hear cock rising. What is it called? Like when they like cock-a-doodle-doo, like the rooster like cock-a-doodle-doos. Whatever. I see flocks of chickens and ducks being chased from the path by someone pushing a wheelbarrow filled with chopped wood. On the far side, a pair of wolves carry a heavy crate towards what I assume is a smithy. The place is bustling and everyone's rushing about their business. Oh, it is crowing. Okay, I wasn't sure. Thanks, Blyde.
While here, keep your yapping to a minimum.
The blackmail mutters as we approach his shop, and I nod. It's not like I planned on being chatty right in the heart of their village. Especially with the stockades in the field of view. As we enter his shop, I look around. First time seeing the place from the inside. There are 2 counters on opposite sides, both suited for chopping and cutting meats. Different hooks hang from the ceiling, holding up joints and carcasses of recent kills. It's not exactly an appealing workplace, if I'm to be honest.
I know you're a talker, but this area gets quite busy. You can whisper to me while you're facing the back wall. I have good hearing.
He's gonna be like one of those like horror movie characters. He's just like standing at the back wall like, can you hear me? It's gonna be like so freaking creepy. Anyway.
Just don't open your head hole when facing the town.
I give him a bemused look, but not in agreement.
There's plenty of work to do, so having another set of paws will be appreciated.
Okay.
Right. I've set a workstation for you there.
He points to the back wall where the other counter is.
It'll keep you from drawing too much attention. Speaking of...
He grumbles as his ear twitches. He's looking back towards the village center, and I must admit, his hearing is quite impressive. There, though, still some distance from us, I notice the familiar wolf guard's approach, carrying what looks like a medium-sized boar. Oh no, they killed Oswin! Sorry, I had to say it. I don't know what their voices are gonna be, but... Let me read your thoughts. I'm assuming the one on the left is Dreher. Oh my god, you guys are gonna hate me for this. Hey there, Volgor. Got a delivery for you. Says the male that kept watch over me. What voice did I give him last time? He looks much happier this time around. Oh wow, new husbandos. Every single character is gonna make the bracket next year, I swear to God. Oh lord. He has a wide smile, but quickly locks his startled gaze with mine. The black wolf inspects the kill as they hold it in their paws, while Dreyer keeps eyeing me out.
More luck than brains. A bit to the left and you'd rupture the gallbladder. Sorry. Was trying my hardest.
The other wolf snickers, but Vol does not find it amusing and issues a subdued growl.
Try harder next time.
That's when he notices Dreyer's invasive gaze.
What are you staring at?
Nothing. The wolf mumbles in response, looking to his friend for help, but the other one simply turns away. He's really got run in his mind, just like, he is freaking off already.
That's what I thought. Now get lost! Okay. Jeez.
I wait until they're out of earshot and whisper discreetly. He's Vither's son, isn't he? Aren't those two from Ranok's pack?
Yeah. How did you know?
I can add 2 and 2 together. I can also do integrals and multivariable calculus. Which, integrals are a part of multivariable calculus. Anyway, I shrug. I thought they would have gone with him.
No, Ranok left alone.
Why? I ask, rather unsettled that he's out there on his own. He really had to find a place to...
It's a scouting mission. Ranok has higher stamina than most. They would only slow him down.
I frown, but before I can dwell on this, Vol throws me a condescending look.
I assume you're squeamish.
Yeah? Why?
Here, decapitate this boar for me. Because I'm about to be elbow deep in this boar's guts.
Not like somebody's been elbow deep in my guts before. He scoffs and I wince uncomfortably. Oh. Yeah. That's not my type of thing.
Then fetch me a bucket so you don't have to see it.
Okay. I nod and look around.
It's by the door.
He points and I quickly grab it. Once I place the bucket at his feet, he reaches up to one of the hooks.
Right. This is a hind leg.
He huffs, as he dismounts the slab of meat and carries it towards the back table. The limb drops onto the surface with a loud thud, causing the various metal tools to dance.
Here is a knife and a cleaver.
He points to the side.
I need you to remove all the meat from the bone.
I've never done this before.
Super chat.
Perpy has never done this before. Perpy the cat donated $1. At least, Perpy is not spamming the donations like last time. Hopefully I do not jinx that. Worst case scenario, I make money. Alright, so, yes, thank you. Anyway, let's continue on.
You have to pause, don't you?
He scoffs?
All you need to do is chop and cut. It doesn't matter if you shred all the meat. It's all going through the grinder anyway.
Speaking of which, I have ground beef in my fridge for some nice tostadas. Yes, I'm making tostadas tomorrow. So, yeah, those are gonna slap. If only Volgor could be my butcher. He shrugs and walks back to his own station. Okay. I mutter and look at the massive hunk of meat with doubt. Hey, stop looking at Volgor like that. Without much choice, I simply reach for the cleaver and begin hacking at the slab. Despite putting a lot of effort behind each swing, I cannot sink the blade deeper than an inch or two. He tries to ignore me for a while, but my labored huffs and grunts finally draw Vol's attention.
Seriously? Don't you have any muscle?
I stretch out my arms. This goes out to the person who said that I looked stronger in my older streams, but now I don't. Anyway, what sort of question is that? I'm all skin and bones.
A pup could chop better than that. Here.
He grumbles, forcing me back to face the workbench and taking hold of my wrists. My wrists are also weak as fuck. If you see my wrists, they are garbage. Oh no. We're gonna be reenacting that ghost horror movie with the one where it's like the clay pottery scene, but with butchering. Oh boy, I'm getting the Ranok treatment again. He squeezes my wrists much more harshly.
Super chat.
Of course, Perpy donates 99 cents this time. With a heart eyes emoji. Thanks. I think I'm gonna make it a rule that if you donate 3 times in a row while I'm reading, that 3rd time onwards, I'm just gonna mute it until I get to like a break or something. Just so I don't keep interrupting the reading. Anyway, continuing on. He squeezes my wrists much more harshly than the Grey Wolf would, but my attention is drawn to his rigid form, pressing against my back. I don't even notice when he pulls my chopping arm high up and slightly behind as I'm getting flushed with embarrassment at his warmth seeping through my cloak and skin. What is wrong with me? I'm drawn back to reality as he crushes my wrist, forcing my arm to swing down. With his aid, I can hear the blade sink all the way through into the bone.
There you go. See?
Aw, happy Volgor. He smirks, pulling away, and I do not dare to face him. Yeah. I mumble, certain that my face is painted red. I continue with my task, hoping that with each chop the workout I put myself through will extinguish my blush, or at least mask it behind some sweat. Every now and then I can hear some squelch or other sickening sound coming from behind me as Vol guts the boar. I try to stay on my task and keep myself distracted. Despite appearances, Hacking at this meat is not as simple as it looks. 10 or 20 chops in, and my arm begins to numb and burn. Oh god, I'm going to regret this come the morrow. Oh man, I've never heard that phrase before. Come the morrow? even the narrator's just like, what the fuck did you just say? I chuckled to myself. I even started talking like them. A loud crunching noise announces that my blade struck a bone. I struggle with pulling it out, but when I finally do, Vol is already standing behind me.
Work around the bone, as closely as you can. You can clear the rest of the meat with a knife.
What is this for? I ask, looking back at him with slight confusion.
We'll be making sausages.
As the cock crows. The wolf shrugs and returns back to his workstation. Oh. Cool. A brief smile quickly turns into a cringe as this time there is a loud, long slushing sound. It's almost as if Vol emptied a bunch of wet pellets into the bucket. When another slush of guts reaches my ears, I simply put down the blade and wince uncomfortably. I'm covering Amicus's ears. He should not hear this.
God, you're such a wimp.
The sound was bad enough, but now... Oh god, now I feel like my innards tie a knot as the wretched stench of blood and bile envelops the shop. Oh, it's sweet and sickening. It triggers my gag reflex and I barely stop myself from emptying my own stomach.
Hey! You vomit in here and Ranok will have to scrape you off that wall.
Oh boy! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The wolf growls and I try to compose myself. But another wave of sweet and festering smell almost pushes me over the edge. Sorry. Just the... Oh god. I burst through the side door, not even looking where I'm going. Taking shelter in the back room, I rest myself against the wall, away from the stench and gore of the meat shop. Vol's mocking laughter only empowers the uncomfortable position I have found myself in. Oh my god, it's the old-timey film thing! That was what that preview art was. There was one time I decided to hop into a call to see what, background was being made by Kael. This is the one! I was there for this! Anyway.
Quit your whining. I'm nearly done.
He calls out, but I do not dare step outside just yet. I take a few rattled breaths to settle my stomach. But it's a struggle as my diaphragm seizes up and does not let go. Almost as if it turned to stone. Fuck. This is literally the worst day of my life, and I get to say that without being overly dramatic. Oh, God, considering all I can remember is the last 7 days, even including being stabbed, this is the worst. I finally feel the cramps let up and my breathing is less restricted. There's still a large lump stuck inside my throat, but I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. Once I feel I regain control over my gagging, I slowly step outside. I try to look unfazed, but Vol's sniggering leaves no doubt that he found my little stunt amusing. The smell of iron still lingers in the air, and worse yet, I can now taste it, which is disgusting to say the least. I muster all my willpower to remain strong and grab my cleaver to return to work. I try to act casual, but it isn't easy. I really need a distraction, so I decide to engage him. Do you like what you do? The male grumbles, his amusement suddenly gone. I mean, was this your choice, or...
I hear more yapping than chopping, piglet.
He points out in an irritated tone, and I resume my task. Fuck. Sorry. I hack at the meat, working around the bone as instructed. I manage a few swings before another slush of guts makes me whimper. My breathing speeds up, which in turn causes me to inhale more than which in turn causes me to inhale more of that repugnant stench. I cover my face, trying to calm myself down before I will unleash my own bile all over the place. Oh god.
No, it wasn't my choice.
Vol breaks the silence, drawing my attention away from the nausea.
Hardly anything is a choice here. Or anyone's in general. But I learned to enjoy it.
You enjoy the gore?
They don't call me Volgar for nothing.
I mumble through the hand covering my nose, causing the wolf to scoff.
I enjoy the food, stupid. Preparing meat, smoking, roasting. It's extremely satisfying when your job is appreciated. And no one appreciates anything more than a good meal.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I wonder how well Volgar and Orlando would get along, both being the cooks of their houses. Like, Volgar just prepares the meat for him, and Orlando just gives us the good. Sorry, I just love tying in all my novels and just imagining a full cinematic universe of them all. Am I crazy for thinking that? This honestly just sounds like a fanboy's dream, or fangirl, fan non-binary. Fan person. I try to nod. However, this little experience is effectively obliterating my appetite. I really cannot think about food right now. Oh god, otherwise I will hurl. I'm sure there are other things to appreciate about you.
What did I say about the chopping?
He cuts me off, and I nod hastily, again hacking at the slab in front of me. Oh god, I just read Alexander Smith's comment, and I originally misread it as, Vol is like that one guy that can do everything but you. In reality, it just says, Vol is like that one guy that can do everything better than you. But I like the first version I thought of better. Oh man. Anyway. Eventually, the peak of my unease passes as either the smell is carried away by the wind, or my nose gets used to it. For the next half an hour, I keep at detaching large chunks of meat from the leg until I'm left with a fleshy stump that's no longer suitable for the cleaver.
Not bad.
Vol nods with approval, inspecting my work once he heard the hacking stop.
Now, get the knife and try to salvage as much as you can.
I nod and proceed to do as I'm told, filleting the meat. The blade is extremely sharp, and it just glides through the sinew as if it were butter. It really doesn't take long, and eventually I can see the white bone shine beneath the thin layer of flesh. Might have been an hour or so since I started, and it's hard to believe I managed to butcher an entire hind leg of a boar. But here we are. Vol approaches me, wiping his bloodied paws into a cloth he tosses carelessly aside.
You left some at the ends.
He scrutinizes my work, pointing to the joints. It's hard to get the knife around there.
Still, pretty good for a first time.
I smile at his praise. Should I try some more?
Nah, I'm going to boil it down anyway.
He waves his paw at me. For soup?
To clean them, you idiot.
What do you need to clean bones for? Sees somebody off in the distance playing fetch with one of the other wolves.
To ground them back into bone meal. We use it as fertilizer, or to make glue. We've got several tanners in the tribe. We also have a Tano in the tribe. And everybody hates them. They require loads of the stuff.
Huh? Eh, the more you learn. Vol lifts the now gutted boar carcass and takes it into the back room. I just stand there, in the shop front, looking at the disgusting bucket filled with wheat used to be the beast's innards. Despite my nose getting used to the smell, the look of the glistening organs bathed in blood and bile make my own bowels churn. Oh god. Not to mention that all the flies that began to gather to feast on the gore. Once Vol is back, I look at him pleadingly. Please spare me from this. What are we going to do with that? Chuck it somewhere?
Are you insane? That's still food.
He scoffs at me and I shudder.
Ew. What do you think that kidney pie was made out of? It weren't beans, kid.
Oh dear lord. He laughs, and despite having a point, I cannot help but notice entrails mixed in there as well. Don't think about it, don't think about it. But those are guts.
What do you think we'll use as casing for our sausage?
God. What? Gross! Ugh! I jump up with a terrible scowl, throwing my gaze away from that grotesque bucket. All I can hear is the wolf's tail giving an energetic swoosh as Vol issues a rather playful growl.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Uh-oh. He lifts up the bucket and walks towards the back room.
Come.
He places it on the table and pulls up a bowl. I try not to look as he rummages through the contents. Every now and then I hear a wet slop of an organ dropping into the separate dish.
That should be everything.
He nods, looking back to me with his bloodied paws.
You'll get used to this you'll get to sort out the intestines. No.
I protest as my eyes dilate in terror.
Man up, piglet.
He scoffs as he walks past me back into the shop.
I have a business to run. It's not as hard as it looks.
My legs refuse to budge from the spot, but I know I don't have as much choice in the matter. I really don't want to look like a stuck-up, and technically Vol is doing me a favor. If I want him to warm up to me, I need to stop acting like a princess. I muster all the courage I can to approach the bucket. Long strands of white ribbons fill the murky water, almost looking like eels. The smell forces me to cover my nose once again. God. This is disgusting. Vol's snigger draws my attention as he returns. He grabs one of the knives laying on the table and approaches me.
Here, let me show you.
I watch as his paw dives into the bucket, retrieving one end of the gut. He pulls it out and presses the blade into it.
It's not hard. All you need to do is use the back for the knife.
Oh, wait, the back of the knife?
All you need to do is use the back of the knife.
Ah. The wolf showcases how he places it against the intestinal wall.
As you press and pull, everything comes out on its own on the other end.
I watch in discomfort as the contents bloating the gut move down towards the bottom of the bucket. Man, if only I could do that on my stomach. Me whenever I have an IBS flare-up.
Your turn.
He passes the knife to me and I swallow heavily. I take a moment to finally take hold of the blade. Vol steps aside and looks at me with an intent gaze. God, I'm going to be sick. Ugh, God, I mutter, trying to replicate what he did. Indeed, it's not a hard task, but it has to be one of the most unpleasant things one can do. Especially how the water gets murkier the further along my task I get. And the stench. God, the stench is worse than a sewer. I'm serious, this smells like shit. I protest again, causing the black wolf to laugh.
What do you think is inside of it?
Oh God, no! Ugh. I blurt out in panic. I've been so stunned by this grotesque spectacle that this obviousness of the situation completely eluded me. You've lost your damn mind! I snap, throwing the knife into the bucket with a splash. Ew, now we're gonna have to take it out of there. Oh. The wolf raises his brow at me.
How old are you? You're acting like a pup.
Age has nothing to do with it. This is absolutely revolting. He gives me a patronizing stare, but quickly a sadistic smirk appears on his muzzle. Oh, Volgor.
You didn't seem to mind when I brought you the sausage.
Oh. No. I stumble back. My innards churn anew, as if I got punched in the gut and I have to grab my mouth. Covered in the sick, slick gore, the repugnant stench is brought right into my nose and a real strong gag rocks my body.
I wasn't joking. I will kill you if you soil my workshop.
He issues another, less playful growl.
Oh boy, if you need to hurl, do it outside. We're handling food in here, kid. Get a grip. Get a hold of yourself, Caelan.
My watery eyes lock with his serious gaze. He's right. I try to contain myself, although it's not an easy task. The wolf throws me a cloth napkin and walks towards the doors.
Here, clean yourself up and get back to it. The sooner you do it, the faster you'll be done with it. Have fun fishing for your knife.
God damn it. He winks and disappears into the shop front. I look begrudgingly as he leaves, throwing my defeated gaze into the muddy bucket. I sigh and simply dive in. Oh, thank God there's no splashing sound. I almost would have hurled at that point. This has to be the most distasteful task I could ever imagine. But I simply keep at it, pushing the blade and scraping the contents of the gut back into the bucket. Time ceases to matter, but be it 5 minutes or an hour, it all feels like an eternity. Me when I read Far Beyond the World. The workshop has become my own, personal, bad place. Oh, come on, they used the good place joke. Boo! Now I can't, I love that show so much. Once I'm done, I drop the guts back into the dark waters and place my knife onto the table. I'm just standing there like a moron, thinking how I ended up here. Well, how did I get here? This is not how I envisioned my bonding time with the black male. Eventually, Volt checks in on me, walking in with a curious gaze. He picks up the knife and uses it to fish out the gut to pull it up a little.
Not bad.
He smiles with approval and looks at me with a proud expression. I don't think I'll be able to eat ever again. I mumble, really unsettled by the entire task.
It'll pass.
The wolf shrugs and approaches the table. He opens a tap in the canister-looking contraption, allowing him to wash out the bowl he used to separate the innards. Once he closes the tap, he sloshes the water around and then throws it out the back door.
Here.
He passes the bowl to me.
You need to wash the guts and cut them into 3 feet long segments.
He looks back at the rancid bucket.
Should give us 10 in total. When you're done, fetch me.
And once again, I'm left alone with my bucket of shit. Peachy. I slowly wish that his stab would have finished me off. Seems like mercy compared to this. But no matter how indignant I am, or pouty, I know it has to be done. So I pull out the gut, cut it off, and drop it into the bowl, washing it through. Rinse and repeat until, just as he predicted, I had 10 ribbons of inwards. I had 10 ribbons of inwards slushing in clear water. I take no time to get rid of that disgusting murky bucket and simply slush the water outside. Once again, Tano's just outside, like, just spying on them. Get splashed again. I don't care what possible use it can have to them. They could have used it as rocket fuel for all I care. Once it's empty, I throw the bucket into the grass and close the door behind me. I wash up my hands on the way to the shop front and stop in the doorway. Oh. Is it best girl of 2021, Verissa? That's what I noticed Verissa on the other side of the counter. We're gonna take a quick break here just because it's been like an hour and I don't want to keep everybody like hanging for like a 2-hour reading before we take a break. Exactly on the dot, 1 hour and 12 minutes. We're taking like a 3 to 5 minute break. And maybe a little time to check the questions. Somebody said something I totally missed it, but I wanted to answer it. Yes, this is a new update, and yeah, that somebody also asked if I was going to play the entire update. No. I'm going to play the first 2 of 3 days, because it's supposedly 3 days worth of updates. So I'm probably going to do day 1, then day 2, and then maybe save day 3 for like another time. But, yeah. Yes, I know, Caelan. I know that I made a joke to that. Verissa, I'm being such a simp for you. Oh, goodness. I just got back from a break. Oh, it's too funny, lied. I'm quickly gonna make myself a drink. And it's one that I think Kael had suggested to me one time. Because one time I did it with Pepsi instead of Coke. And he was just like, that's just too sweet if you don't do it with Coke. So, here I go. Time to make my gay mug drink of the night. And I'll be back in a sec. That's not it. There we go. Toodles. Alright, sorry for that quick break. I'm back. Oh, I never switched it. Whatever. Okay, I'm back, don't worry. Alright, so... yeah, basically it's just, Coke and rum. I didn't have too much Coke, so it's gonna be a little bit more on the bitter tasting side, but don't worry, it's not too much. I probably only did like an ounce or two. I forgot how much was in the Coke bottle, but it was like one of those smaller glass bottles. I poured the whole thing of it. But yeah, it's gonna be great, so... I want to thank Kael for the suggestion. Pretty good. Normally I'm more of a sweet tooth person, but sometimes it's good to change it up. I'm typically kind of variety-like with my drinks. But, yes. He's also badger-colored. Aw, that's so cool. Yes, sweet Nick is best boy. Nick and William both are. Alright, so what else are you guys saying? I don't want to miss anything before I start. If the streamer is gone for 15 minutes, we're allowed to leave. Just too good. That's just too good. Anything else am I missing? Nope. Nothing that I can see, unfortunately. Unfortunately, my place is out of rum. Don't worry, I'll ship my remaining, like, quarter bottle left of rum to you from America. Which I've had since, like, January. But, yeah. I'm just trying to maybe finish it off before I get another alcoholic beverage in my house again. But yeah, for now, just taking it light, just only doing mixed drinks if I do stuff. Just to keep myself, you know, at a nice solid. I probably will do something a bit lighter, maybe I'll switch back to Pepsi because I have more Pepsi in my fridge than Coke, unfortunately. It's because it was cheaper. And yeah, the Coke glass bottles are expensive. Only 6 for like $5. Anyway, we're gonna start at 1 hour and 20 minutes, so much longer break than usual. Just making sure y'all took your piss break. Why is there no rum in my area? Aw. Port and lemon. What is port? I'm terrible with alcoholic drinks. I think you might like it. Me trying to look up what port is. As I got 10 seconds left. Anyway. I'll not know until after my next break. Yes, I'm still working on Ocean Avenue. Sorry, I had to say that before we start. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. That's when I noticed Verissa on the other side of the counter. Oh, port wine. Got it. Thanks. Wait. What is he doing here?
I'm taking care of him.
The male shrugs and I straighten out my cloak. You?
Yes.
He responds indignantly, but it only causes the female to raise her brow in disbelief. Of your own free will?
Yes.
Why?
Because he needs looking after.
Verissa croons, giving me a telling graze. Verissa croons, giving me a telling gaze. And what did Ranok promise you in return?
Nothing. I'm doing a favor for my friend.
The wolf responds with clear offense in his tone, his body tensing uncomfortably. But she's still unconvinced. Not entirely compensating for your behavior the other day, but I guess it is a start. The female finally concedes with a soft smile, and I can see Vol's tail give an idle flicker. His posture relaxes, and it's obvious he takes what she thinks and says very personally. Volgor is still simping after Verissa. Oh, God. You okay in there? Verissa draws my attention and I blink. Do you want me to take you back to the cottage? This would be a perfect opportunity to escape. But considering I've already did the worst part. And I do want to bond with him, so I shake my head. And he's not mistreating you? Nods very worriedly. She darts her gaze between me and Vol, and I can see the male feels put on a spot. His anxious eyes meet with mine, and it's clear he worries I could drop him in hot water. But no. He did not mistreat me. Again, I shake my head, giving Vol a slight smile, to which he almost sighs with relief. Right. Alright. Keep your secrets. I have more important things to do. However, if he starts to abuse you, just come straight to me. I'm rather unsettled with the idea of anything, let alone anyone being in Vol's care. She gives him a teasing gaze, chuckling at his bemused expression. Got him. I want to pitch in, but before I manage to open my mouth, Vol puts a paw on my shoulder.
Corn isn't coming.
I lean out and notice the tart strutting the village square as if she owns it. Ugh. Guess scraping shit out of a boar's gut wasn't the worst part of my day. Volgor, could you please hand me the knife? It's like, Caelan just runs off, and it's like, Verissa's like, what do you have, Caelan? A knife! No! As he just approaches that woman. Oh, it's Cora, that was her name. Oh, Verissa, my sweets. How are you feeling? Or how are you doing? She almost sings in a melodic tone, embracing the white female. To my surprise, Verissa is quite receptive to this display of affection. I see you got that wine stain out all right. Yeah, took a lot of salt and vinegar. Felt as if I was marinating myself. Been there, sister. The tart laughs, but her eyes immediately center on me. Centers in British. Oh hell, look at here. Ranok's new ward. Ugh, go away. So how is our little pet doing?
He's fine.
Vol shrugs indifferently. Let me guess. By the fact that they both have black moon necklace things, I forgot what the heck they were called, moonstones, I'm very smart. Let me guess, because they both have black moonstones, they're gonna somehow end up together. That's gonna be the side hustle if it's only single routes and we only are supposed to end up with Ranok. That would be my guess. It's like, oh, then it's like, you know, Verissa tells him off enough and she's just like, date her instead or some crap like that. I don't know. That's my long goal prediction. Call it from miles away, but that is my prediction. Yes, but she does look like trouble. Vol shrugs indifferently. You know, I felt bad for ignoring him at the feast, but the poor fellow looked completely petrified. Didn't want to add to his plate. Having an entire village stare at him was bad enough. You could say that again. Oh no. She's considerate! It's good to see him out and about, though. I must say, he's quite an improvement over that ever-frowning bunny. He was giving me the jibbies. Oh god, what's that face? That's probably gonna be like her Instagram not her profile pic, but that's the felt cute, might delete later pic. Oh. Yeah, Trist is definitely a work in progress. And she's shit-talking Trist. God, why can't I just hate you? Fuck. Oh, I'm sure now that he got the boot, the chief will break him in no problem. Here's hoping. Her smile widens, and I have to agree. Fuck Trist. All my homies hate Trist. Oh shit, here he comes! How do I look? Just fine. Suddenly the female readjusts herself, noticing some wolf in the distance. She's pushing her boobs up as if they need to be fuller, and takes on a more seductive pose. Come on, we all know you can't have boobs bigger than William's honkers. Okay, that's the last time I'll make that joke for like a week or so. You look great. Yep. Can't argue with that. Well, I'm missing the main selling point. Oh god, please don't take off your clothes. You mean Ranok, to whose arms you could leap? Wait, what? Indeed. She frowns for a moment, but again tries to look as presentable as possible, taking discreet glances at the strapping male who slowly disappears into the distance. Oh, damn. Cora mutters in disappointment. Ranok really is the lure here. She sighs and looks back to Verissa with a sorrowful gaze. Wait, is she using Ranok as bait to catch the interest of other males? Last time worked like a charm. Caelan would not take his eyes off of me for the entire day. Or the entire following day. I was all he could look at. I still can't believe that none have figured it out yet. Verissa rolls her eyes in amusement, shaking her head slightly, and I got my answer. She is. You two have been doing this for ages. God, can males really be that stupid? And Ranok is in on this? Okay, this makes so much sense. I bet she helps him keep other females at bay, while he makes her look like a prize to other guys. Sneaky sneaks. Oh my god. I feel bad for Cora if she actually was going for Ranok. The mob of Ranok fans would absolutely just tear her to shreds. I'm sorry, but that would just be too scary for her. Okay, lady. You're not a tart. You're a smart cookie.
Doing what?
Vol blurts in, and I can hardly contain a laugh. Ugh, never you mind. Verissa dismisses him, and I snort. Seems males can be that stupid. I mean, look at me. Vol is dead convinced Cora and Ranok are an item. I've been here just a week, and I figured it out. It's not like they're subtle about it either. Anyway, I gotta run. The pups are alone without any supervision. Wait, why are you taking care of the pups? Verissa blinks in confusion. Oh, the den mother is not feeling well enough, so I decided to step in. Besides, with the pack gone, it gives me something to do. Anything to keep the mind occupied, eh? Cora's expression falters, and it's clear that she's hiding distress. I'm not the only one who picked up on it, and Verissa places a paw on her shoulder reassuringly. Ranok will find out what's going on. Oh, I'm sure he will. I just hope nothing bad has happened. Delron is very reckless, you know. I kind of feel bad I didn't leave with them.
Survivor's guilt.
Vol scoffs and I widen my eyes. They're not dead.
Not confirmed, at least.
He shrugs. Okay, what the fuck, Vol? Ugh, you always know how to brighten the mood. Is it wise to leave that pup in his care? The female looks to me with worry. Yes, please help. I was just asking myself the same question. Verissa narrows her eyes and she gives me a very inquisitive gaze. She's staring into my soul. She knows what's going on in here. I shudder slightly because I really don't want to be dragged into this.
You females are all the same. He's doing fine. If you are that desperate for a pup to cuddle, just get yourselves knocked up already.
Oh god, he did not just say that. Oh my god. I'm waiting for the 1-2 combo. Verissa to the left, Cora to the right. Do it, ladies. Do it to him. I gasp just as loud as the females are. Had he not just took the air out of our collective lungs, Cora would have noticed, but we're all too stunned. How about I get in there and knock your teeth out instead? I can't understand why Ranok puts up with you. It's almost beggars belief.
Don't worry, I'm not despoiling your dream mate. We're not like that.
Oh, wrong way.
We're not like that.
The male sneers and I'm about to grab my head. Okay, what are you doing? Oh, God, seriously. Gross. Cora grimaces in shock. Good thing the human doesn't understand you. Otherwise, you'd ruin the pup with your filthy muzzle.
I'd say you ruined him by turning the whelp into a flower.
Oh my god, Vol! You really need to get out of your own way. I could see Verissa losing patience again, and had we been behind closed doors, Ranok's table would suffer through another bout of abuse. Oh, don't worry, you little guy. Ranok will be back soon and take care of you and take you home from that meanie. The tawny female. Why did I say it so southernly? The tawny female. Yeah! The tawny. How do I say it without sounding southern? The tawny female draws my attention to her as she bends over to see me slightly with a kind smile. Or to me slightly with a kind smile, I apologize. Oh, he's a good wolf. Unlike some. She rolls her eyes in Vol's direction. He'll take great care of you. Just don't give him the stink eye. Another tryst jab, confirmed by a wink. I almost let out a chuckle. The female straightens up and looks to Verissa with worry. In all honesty, I hope this one will work out. Actually, they're getting along quite well. Oh, they do? That's great to hear. Cor smiles with relief. Aluna knows that male needs some good company. Oh, talk about a lone wolf. Anyway, see you later at the feast. She nods to me and Verissa, ignoring Vol, and rushes off into the village. Bye. Verissa waves back and waits for the girl to make some distance before she faces Vol with a really stern look. Oh my god. We stand like this in uncomfortable silence for a while, until the Black Wolf shrugs in annoyance. As we all just sit there sipping our tea. Oh. About those guts.
What?
If I so much as hear a peep from him that you've been mistreating the guy, I will never speak to you again. She states sternly. Understood?
You're exaggerating a little bit.
Do you understand me? I want to hear you say it. She reiterates through a soft growl.
Loud and clear.
Good. The female nods and looks to me. You let me know when he crosses the line. I know he's bound to. And with that, she leaves. Damn, that went south fast. Then again, with Vol, it's always the case. I look to him with slight worry and disappointment. I know she's capable of better. Or, I know he's capable of better. Now, Verissa's just fine. Volgor's the problem. I know he's capable of better. He wants to be better. And I can see a subtle shift in his expression as his longing eyes follow the departing white female. Oh boy, Volgor just wants the girls that he can't get. Oh man. If only Volgor can understand that she's not the frailly dainty female he always imagines to be with, and that he can accept this brave and tough, bold woman. Only then will Vol truly understand the power of friendship. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? Anyway, he's clearly saddened and defeated. Vol?
I don't want to talk about it.
He states sternly, the moment of weakness gone from his muzzle as he gives me a scornful look.
Let's get back to work.
I follow him into the back room, where he stands in front of the bowl. What now?
Now you'll invert and clean them.
What? I blink in confusion.
I'll show you.
Great. I watch as the wolf pushes the bowl under the tank thingy. He readjusts the canister so that the tap overhangs the bowl.
This part is easy. You grab an intestine and a spindle.
The wolf picks up a metal spike with a dull tip and brings it close to one of the gut cuts.
Gut cuts! Just rub the end until it opens up and slide the spindle in. Now, pull the edge over your thumb.
He inverts one half of the opening and stretches it over his finger like a balloon. And then he turns it into a rubber balloon snake. Or no, was it? He turns into like a rubber balloon dog.
Look, I made a doggy. Now I made a horse. Now I made a chameleon.
Huh?
See? That's how we'll invert it.
Oh.
You would just remove the spindle and slide it from the other side, behind your thumb. Now, we've created a cuff.
He smiles, showing off his handiwork. I'm surprised it doesn't rip.
Guts are incredibly strong. They can take a lot.
Oh my god. This is making me think of that stupid, like, Top Gear spinoff. Well, it's not a stupid show. I just mean, like, a stupid episode within it. That was just crazy, but what the heck was it called? It was like World 2 or something. It's on, like, Amazon Prime, I think. But it's hosted by the Top Gear hosts. And basically there's this one episode where basically they try and be eco-friendly, where they just try and use all natural, like, things to make a car. And one of the hosts makes a car completely out of, like, dead animal stuff. And the windshield was guts. Like, gut linings. It was absolutely horrid to look at. Let's just say that. If anybody knows about it, or if somehow this gets edited, I'll need my editor to post a photo of that. Anyway.
They can take a lot. Now, we pull the cuff over the top and turn it on.
The wolf nods, and I do as he requested. I watch as the cuff fills with water, bloating the intestine, while Vol just threads it through and allows the weight of the filled-up gut to do the work for him. What the hell?
See? It isn't all that bad. Now that it's inverted, just scrape it again with the back of the knife and clean.
He showcases removing the inner lining of the intestine, leaving a near see-through balloon-like tube.
Fetch me once you do the rest.
He stands up and slaps me on the back hard enough to draw air out of my lungs.
Jesus.
I look at him with amusement as he leaves to the shop front. I just realized I did not have any of this recorded for my editor. Fuck. Is it too late to start now? Why the hell not? Watch this crash my whole stream somehow. I look at him with amusement as he leaves to the shop front. I'm fairly certain I have figured him out. Every time something upsets him, he simply burrows himself back into work. I shake my head and decide to simply commit to my task. The first casing is a struggle, but I'm too proud to call him back for a second demonstration. I simply retrace his steps slowly, trying to understand what the hell it is I'm doing. I rub the end until it opens up, slide the spindle, use my thumb to leverage the one side and push the spindle from underneath. Finally, the cuff resembles what he has done, and once I start pouring water in, the gut blots like a balloon, throwing itself over onto the other side. As distasteful as this is, I'm incredibly amazed at how the hell someone came up with this. It's almost like an art form. Once each inverted gut is scraped of its lining and washed clean in the water, I go fetch the black male. He enters the back room surprised, as if he did not expect me to be done this soon. Hold on. Sorry about that.
Well, well. We'll make a butcher out of you yet.
The wolf places a paw over my shoulder, and despite enjoying his praise, I try to play it off cool. You have successfully put me off from meat.
'Tis yet to be seen.
He snickers and checks each of these see-through ribbons.
You haven't ripped any of them as well. Huh.
Are we done then? I mumble worriedly, and he laughs it off.
Stop your whining and come.
Okay, come on, you knew what you're writing with that line. He waves at me and walks towards one of the barrels.
Open up the lid.
I nod and do as asked. The moment the lid is off, the room fills with a very acidic odor.
Oof!
Oh, that has a really sour smell.
It's pickling salt. It'll kill them and make them safe to eat.
He grabs a pawful of the casings and dunks them in. Ugh. Once he's done, I put the lid back on and he nods towards a small clay bottle.
Bring it here. We need to wash up.
I open up the cork and the familiar boozy scent hits my nose. It's moonshine. I realize, and he just nods.
Yeah, just drizzle it on my paws.
I sprinkle the alcohol and he rubs it in fervently. Seems that working to improvise his mood, or maybe showing me the ropes, is more enjoyable than he thought. Whatever the case, I'm glad for it. Once he's done, he grabs the bottle from me and douses my hands in turn. I'm not sure if they know what bacteria are, but I have to admit, I'm impressed by their hygiene. I scrub my arms all the way up to the elbow, just to make sure I didn't leave a spot.
Right. Go there and turn the wheel.
He points to the giant wooden box that I assume is the grinder. The wheel does give some resistance, but eventually it budges, and all I can hear are all sorts of gears clamoring inside. Vol pours some of the moonshine to the top and sloshes it through the inner workings of the machine. As I continue to turn, the contents eventually spill out of the tube in the front, meaning the machine got disinfected. Wow, he's really diligent with his work. When it's all finished, Vol plugs the bottle and places it back on the table.
Let's get the sausages ready. Your meat won't be marinated until tomorrow. but I've got some in stock from yesterday.
He lifts up a lid from another barrel, and I can see meat swishing around in herbs and brine.
Do you see that metal bowl?
The wolf points to the side, and I locate his query with a nod.
Bring it here, douse it with moonshine, and slosh it out.
He watches with approval as I follow the instructions, and once I'm done, he smiles.
Right. Fill it up with meat and dunk into the grinder.
As I did that, he began plucking garlic from the strands hanging on the wall, along with onions and some other herbs. I observe as he peels the vegetables, but he doesn't chop them. Instead, he breaks the garlic into cloves and simply cuts the onions in half. Every 2 bowls of meat I put into the grinder, he chunks in 1 halved onion, accompanied by several garlic cloves and a bundle of thyme. That's a lot of time. I wonder if I should tell him to go easy on the garlic. But I shake my head. There's never such a thing as too much garlic. Except if you're the town that's like 30 or 40 miles north of me. I forgot exactly what the name of the town was, but they're like the garlic capital of at least our country, maybe the world. But yeah, big garlic industry. And supposedly if you drive through it, it smells like garlic when you get into town. Once I'm finished unloading my 10th bowl, he stops me with a paw.
That's enough.
He passes me a small wooden box and points to the side shelf.
Grab a mortar and grind several of those pellets.
Curiously, I glanced inside the container, only to be met by familiar black seeds. Pepper?
You do know it then. Perhaps Ranok isn't wrong, and...
I'm a noble, yes. I sigh with amusement. It never gets old. Pepper isn't that uncommon where I come.
Quiet!
He hushes to me as his ears begin to twitch again. Not a moment later, we can hear Vither's voice echo from the outside.
Olga! Oh, I forgot how my voice was. What the heck did I sound like from last episode? Olga, you there? Shit. Stay in here.
He commands, stepping into the shop. Vither would be the one that would bust through the door at the battery ram and be like, Volgor, I am respecting your boundaries by asking to come in, but asserting my authority as a parent by busting in. Or whatever the heck that damn line was from the Fairly Odd Parents. That just needs to be drawn. He commands, stepping into the shop.
I come to get my meat for the week. You busy? No. What cuts do you need? Just the usual. Give me some chops and ribs if you have any. Oh, livers and kidneys too. I'll take all you got. All of them?
The Black Wolf sounds confused and Vither laughs.
Yes, I'll be making pies for the packs in case we'll have to send them after Ranok.
I don't like the sound of that.
Speaking of...
His tone shifts slightly.
Cora says your pup's sitting that human. Why would he need sitting anyway?
I can hear Vol pause, almost as if he wasn't happy about revealing my presence to the brown male.
Well, he doesn't. Undignified task for an alpha like you. Seems like a waste of your time. He's quite useful, I can assure you. Mind if I see that wee bugger? Wee bugger.
Vither is like that wee bugger. Another long pause, and I'm quite unnerved by Vol's reluctance. After all, I've been in the shop all day. Everyone saw me. Why make an exception with Vither?
Piglet?
He eventually calls out, and I take it as a cue to step outside. Oh my god. Did Vither just get a body update? Did Vither get his sprite revamped, or am I just freaking seeing things? What the heck happened with Vithers? Oh my god! Now everybody's sipping over Vither. Oh god damn it.
So what is he doing here? Sweeping floors and staying out of your way?
The male laughs, but something about his words doesn't sit well with Vol.
On the contrary, he's helping me with work. Oh?
The older male blinks, looking at me inquisitively.
Is he a butcher then?
Again, Vol lets the words hang, and it doesn't bid well.
No. I'm teaching him the ropes. Ah, so he became your apprentice. If you say so. My, that's quite interesting. It's quite something, isn't it? I suppose this will add on to his debt, eh?
Wait. What? Oh no, I'm gonna make another limits joke! No!
Rarely do you see wards gaining free trade skills during their tenure.
Laughs in American college.
Again, if you say so.
Vol mutters defiantly, and I realize that I've just gotten busted on something neither of us considered.
Maybe I should take him under my wing as well. I could use a paw around the bakery. He'd learn another trade too. Plus, he could be another route for me to date.
You know what I mean. He could be another route for us to date.
I think butchery is all he can afford.
The Black Wolf places an emphasis on the last word, and I swallow heavily. Shit. Did we both make a mistake by bringing me here? But Vither is the nice one. Isn't he? Plot twist! Vither isn't the nice one! Dun dun dun!
Considering he's in quite a debt already, he can't afford much anyway, eh?
The male laughs it off and simply looks at me with a kinder smile.
Don't worry, I won't let the elders know. But better play it off as if he were a butcher after all. No need getting him chained down over a trade skill you forced him onto.
Vol's expression brightens slightly, and my faith in the brown male got restored.
Thank you, Vitha. This really isn't what it looks like. Of course it isn't.
The older wolf waves his paw. Stop it, Dirk.
We all want the other kin gone as fast as possible, I'm sure.
He looks to the black male with a grin.
So? About my meat? Yes, let me get that ready for you.
Vol shoves me into the back room, and I can't help him fetch different slabs of... Or I can help him. Vol shoves me into the back room, and I help him fetch different slabs of meat resting on shelves and hooks. As we get Vither's order ready, the Black Wolf approaches me with a hushed whisper.
Our day is near done here, so we need to think of dinner. Is steak and onion pie good with you?
That sounds pretty good, actually. Low-key, that really would slap. Even though I just had dinner, like, right before the stream. Sure. I shrug, and he nods with satisfaction. Although my appetite for meat is quite low, I'm not going to bitch about it now. The wolf pats my shoulder as he carries his load back into the shop, and I follow suit. We place the slabs onto the counter, and Vither goes through them one by one.
Good, good. These will do nicely. And the livers and the kidneys? I'll bring them to you on your way back home. Perfect.
He claps his paws and reaches out to a small pouch hanging from his belt. The male places a silver, octagonal coin on the counter and pushes it towards Vol. But the black male shakes his head.
Keep that for now. In turn, you can bake us dinner. Oh?
Vither raises a brow.
What have you in mind? I'll give you a cut of steak. If you make it into one of your pies, we'll call it even.
The older male laughs loudly.
Pleasure doing business with you, lad. Alas, take it. I like to keep my ledgers squared. Besides, wouldn't want to think you're trying to bribe me.
He winks playfully, but just like Vol, I'm not sure I find it amusing.
What about dinner? Baking one extra pie is hardly worth a week's supply of meat, Vol.
He shakes his head, picking up the entire assortment of cuts.
And I got quite used to baking for that, whelp. Keep an eye on him for me, eh? Will do.
The black male nods and picks up the coin, watching Vither take his leave. I look at it curiously, as it's not like any money I've ever seen. What's this? I finally ask, once we're free to resume a conversation.
Vither's token.
A token? My bemused expression reveals I don't understand what he's talking about. The male sighs and reaches down beneath the back counter to retrieve a small chest.
We don't actually have hard currency within the tribe. We barter with those.
He flicks the coin.
Each wolf has his own personal set. You give them in exchange for services.
An IOU. I utter through satisfied realization.
Yeah, you get it.
Can you make as many as you like? Breaks the entire soft currency industry with making infinite coins.
No, they're made out of true silver, and there's always a specific amount. Tribes wolves all have 4. Alphas get 6. Elders have the most, each owning 8 tokens.
What about the chief?
He has infinity tokens. He makes them. He makes all the tokens.
I ask curiously.
The chief doesn't need any. The entire tribe works for him.
True. I nod. What if you run out of your tokens?
Then you barter with the ones you have. Like this one.
He flicks Vither's coin yet again and then drops it into the chest. Huh.
Before you ask what happens when a wolf doesn't have any left, it means he's a shitty wolf who doesn't pull his weight.
He shuts the chest and pushes it aside. Ouch. I tease. He's really not the one to mince words. He only minces meat. He notices my gaze still drilling into the chest and decides to humor me.
Very well. I'll let you have a look.
He opens it up once again and rummages through the various coins. There's quite a few in there. Seems like the entire village owes him. Lord. I watch as his paw picks up several round-shaped tokens, which he then places one by one on the counter. They have embossed edges with a full moon on the middle. However, its surface is etched in such a fashion that it appears dark, just as his moonstone.
Here, those are mine.
He states with a smile, and I pick up one to have a closer look. The reverse sports intricate pattern framing his name. The reverse sports intricate the reverse sports an intricate pattern framing his name. Volgor. You have all 6. I mutter with amazement. He clearly wants for nothing.
Being a butcher means that wolves need my services more often than I need theirs.
Cool. But how do you trade with outsiders? I ask, toying with tokens.
With gold.
He shrugs.
We do have foreign coins, but they're all held in the tribe's treasury. Each wolf has a claim to a share based on their station and contribution.
So like stocks. Quick, everybody, let's pump up Vulgar stock immediately.
Should we need funds to trade outside, we just request them from the chief.
The Black Wolf pauses, looking intently into the distance as if recalling something.
Last time I did that was when I bought that dress. I even asked for an advance. Took me 2 years to repay it.
He scoffs, scolding his own foolishness. Damn. I mutter uncomfortably, but he doesn't allow me to linger on it.
It's yours now. Just keep in mind that it doesn't come cheap. So, don't fuck it up doing something stupid with it.
He bops my shoulders teasingly, and I smile. But then my eye drifts to a coin in the chest unlike any other. While the rest is just silver, this one is inlaid with a white stone, a woven paw embossed in the middle with a full moon. Let me guess, it's Ranok's coin. He notices as I reach for it and smiles with satisfaction as I rub the crest of my own collar. Huh. Is this Ranok's? I ask needlessly as the reverse disperses any of my doubts.
Yep. Your wolf is a big spender. His tokens are always scattered to the 4 winds.
Vol sniggers and then gives me a challenging smirk.
Currently on your account.
But he does pull his own weight, I'm sure. I try to brush it off, but it does get me worried.
Yeah, he does. Would be a shame if his ward didn't.
He clearly jabs at this waste of time, and I simply flick the coin back in. The wolf collects his tokens and places them securely inside the chest. Once he's stashed it away, he simply nods towards me.
Let's finish with the sausages.
And as I just read the chat box, somebody says, "So Dirk, you could say Volgor beats his meat." Or that he beats meat. Yep, let's finish with those sausages, shall we? God. We return into the back room, and Vol places a large tub underneath the grinder. He points to the wheel, and I take my position. With all the meat inside, the gears give a lot of resistance, so I have to take a strong perch with my legs. I strain slightly to get the wheel going, but once it turns, the following rotations require much less force. I can hear the meat and herbs squelch and burp as they go through the cogs, and eventually a pinkish mince begins to drop into the tub on the other end. Okay, this is making me more sick than the guts thing. Am I crazy? Oh god. Oh god. Why were you so unnerved with Thither? Everyone saw me working here.
I wasn't unnerved. It was just...
He pauses to find a better word, as if it mattered.
Other wolves don't dare poke into my affairs, or question what I'm doing. Vither's the only one who does. He's also one of the wolves who can increase your obligations to the tribe based on circumstances.
Which he suggested. I cringe a little.
I don't think he means to do it, but should he say too much to the chief, we could get in serious trouble. Keep your wits around him. He's friendly, but too close to the source of power for comfort.
I nod in understanding. When all the meat went through, the resistance in the gears lets go entirely, and I can turn the wheel freely. It's the signal that we're done. But that's when Vol points to the mortar we abandoned when Vither interrupted us.
Crush it as finely as you can,
he mutters, as he douses his hands with moonshine again. The crunching sound of pepper beneath the pestle is quite satisfying. It doesn't take long until all the seeds are turned into a nice powder. Once it's done, the wolf invites me over as he plunges his paws into the mince.
Sprinkle it over, as I fold it in.
The wolf commands as I nod. I observe him mix the meat by paw, which is just as well, as there were quite a large concentrations of onions and herbs due to our loading ratios. It's quite impressive watching his muscle bulge and strain as he works the mince into an even consistency. No, don't say that! Don't say Vol slap his meat! No! And then somebody else said... What was it? Somebody else said something about the sausages. Oh no, it's Caelan. Caelan's guts are getting stuffed. Lord, you people are just nasty! The smell is nice too. Such a stark contrast to my earlier task. Once he's done, he scrapes the meat off his paws and nods towards the bottle. I shake it a little and it's nearly empty. I pour the remaining booze over his paws and he washes them throughout. The wolf then takes a squat and with quite an effort lifts the tub back up to dump the content into the grinder once again. With the contraption filled, he then fixes a nozzle to the front which reduces the diameter of the feeding tube. I watch as he fills up a bowl with some clear water from the tank and retrieves a bunch of brined casings from the barrel. He rinses them off from the excess salt water and simply pulls onto the nozzle. That's when he nods towards the wheel. Again, this time with less effort. I turn it, forcing the grinder to work. The meat makes less noise on its passage, and I smile seeing it squirts into the casings, filling them up and pushing out a decent-sized sausage. Every now and then, Vol twists the string, separating it into smaller segments and creating a proper chain. It's quite satisfying seeing how it's made. Once a casing is spent, he stops me from turning the wheel and replaces it with another, while depositing a finished string onto a hook. We continue our work for maybe an hour or so, making in total 10 sausage chains. Vol eventually collects them onto a long prong, and I have to admire this lovely curtain of wieners we just made. Goes to work with Volgor all day. Makes wieners.
I'll take them to the smoke room. They'll spend the night there, getting ready for tomorrow.
I nod and watch the wolf leave. I lean against the table and rest up a bit. My arms hurt a little, especially the upper parts. But not gonna lie, having this much work does feel good. Much better than being cooped up in the house, that's for sure. The wolf returns momentarily and wastes no time. He places the meat tub beneath the grinder and walks towards the water tank. He gives it an idle poke to gauge the water levels, and it resonates loudly.
Should be enough.
He takes a bowl and opens the tap, allowing the water to gush freely. Once he fills it up, he points towards the grinder again.
I'll point to the top and you turn the wheel. Gotta clean the machine.
Sure. I smile and rush eagerly to my station. It doesn't take long, or much effort. The water slushes out into the tub with different bits and pieces that were stuck inside. We repeat it 2 more times, until the water comes out clear, and Vol simply disposes of it out the back. Once again, Tano is standing out there watching in on us, gets splashed for a 3rd time by the water.
If you could brush the flowers, or not the flowers, if you could brush the floors while I get Vitter's order ready, we can head back home.
I nod and fetch the broom. There's not much to sweep, but I make sure not to leave this place worse than I have found it. I reach underneath the table and the grinder, sweeping anything that I can find. I'm doing this under my table right now. Eventually, a small heap of dust, onion, and garlic peels forms near the door, and I simply push it outside. Once done, I sigh and admire the clean room. My, what a crazy day.
Piglet?
Vol calls out, announcing that it's time to leave, and I put the broom back. As I step outside, I notice that most of the wolves disappeared. Geez, I'm sorry for that. You know, when you have dinner and you just burp and you're like, can't speak for a bit. That's what happened to me. Anyway, time to wash that out with Rom. The shop fronts are empty or boarded up, and even the smithy's doors are shut. The workday is truly over. Despite my earlier statements, I have worked up quite an appetite. Speaking of which, maybe we should take a little break now that we've gone over an hour again. I try and give y'all hourly breaks, just so y'all can get as much reading in as possible, and then when we take a break, get some time to rest. And it's literally been an hour, so 2 hours and 21 minutes and 30 seconds. We are taking a break for a couple minutes. And to get some time to read the comments, because, you know, I feel bad when I miss the comments, and yeah. I'm not going to read your horny comments, though. I know some of you are extra horny in the chat today with your comments on Vol. Oh, that's so sweet, Shining Chaos. I see the Master Storyteller, Lud, is here too, as well as the Master Entertainer. Hope you two are doing well. It's so sweet. It's always great to see Lyd here. We do, you know, talk from time to time when we are in the Furry VN Discord and whatnot, but yeah, it's always great to see him around. He's a great guy. He says, I'm good, thanks, enjoying the stream. And then somebody is staying up until 5 a.m., which, go to bed if it's 5 a.m. You're gonna feel it the next morning. And yeah, I'm sorry if these time frames are just terrible for people in Europe, because it's like evening time for me, and that was what worked best for me. I had to finish an essay before this, so I couldn't do it earlier. Because school. But yeah. So yeah, sometimes my times don't work as well. If I can do it earlier, I might do something earlier in the day for it. Tomorrow I'm probably going to plan on doing something with some Discord friends exclusively. Still trying to figure out the timing on that. But yeah, maybe I'll be doing something on Sunday night. Because Sunday, like, afternoon, I have, like, trading stuff. It's weird. I'm busy pretty much most of Saturday. Because I'm playing volleyball for the first time in, like, 8 months. Crazy to think. It'll help me write my Ocean Avenue VN. Which, I'm in the midst of writing a sports scene, but God, I need to get the motivation to write about that again. But yeah, I mean, if I can get something in this weekend, I'll try. Maybe Monday at the latest. But then again, I have to still, you know, put in time to do my research project for my my internship thing that I'm doing. But yeah, I know it's definitely late for some of you. Someone's 11:15. Yeah, nah, he's just taking a break. Yeah, this is just a few minute break to, like, maybe finish this off, maybe refill it, drink some water. I like doing these every hour just so people don't get, like, stuck in their seats for, like, 2 hours or 3 hours and, you know, either cramp up or need to go to the bathroom too badly. Because I know it's so important to watch. Plus, you know, I need a break sometimes. Don't worry, we'll start in, like, 15 seconds maybe? The internship is only until, like, June, though. It's part of, like, a school thing. I'm not really that invested in it mentally, or, well, I don't feel like I'm that good of a fit for it, let's just say. I try my best, but, you know, things happen. Okay, we'll start in 30 seconds. How's that? Oh, I didn't know there was a comic called Internship. I don't know. Anyway, let's get started at 2:25:30. Oh God, I can't spell. Help. Alright, let's get back to it. Don't worry, I'll wake you up with this next line. Despite my earlier statements, I have worked up quite an appetite.
Have to admit, for a whiny little bitch, you did quite well today.
Again, a backhanded compliment, but I've learned by now this is as good as it's going to get. The wolf bends down to pick up the bucket filled with a mixture of dark purple and reddish brown innards. I wince uncomfortably as it sloshes around as we proceed to leave the shop.
You can moan all you like, but those are very nutritious.
Fool, please don't say things like that. The chat's gonna use them. Maybe. I just hope they won't come in handy. I mutter, not because I'm disgusted. To be fair, the pie I had was quite nice. I'm simply worried because Vither suggested they'll be made into rations for potential search parties should Ranok go missing. The Black Wolf picks up on my slight shift and he reads me like an open book.
He'll be fine. And I don't say this lightly.
He continues, trying to reassure me.
Ranok is one of the few wolves who don't need help.
I narrow my brows. He's a wolf. What is a wolf without his pack? A lone wolf? The male blinks and looks at me with a slight confusion, as if I accidentally said something profound. Volgor has an existential crisis over this line. What's a wolf without his pack? What's a wolf without his pack? Pack. He's all alone out there.
Well, worrying about it won't help. And should anything go awry,
He bumps into my shoulder.
I'll go and find him. You're not the only one who cares.
I watch as he tugs on his moonstone.
He's my moon brother after all. If anything should happen, I'll traverse the entire world to find him. I'll even go far beyond the world.
I smile, feeling quite comforted by the idea. Definitely would not want to be the one in Vol's path, should he be on a quest to find a loved one.
Vither?
The male calls out as we come to a stop in front of his bakery. Vither steps out of his house with a large pie in his paws. It's still steaming as he hands it over to me, and the smell makes my mouth water.
Should be cool enough to handle.
He winks, facing the Black Wolf.
So, that's all you got?
Mm-hmm. Vol nods and passes the bucket to the brown male.
I suppose, it should be enough for a dozen pies if I use some suet filler. That's 2 packs worth. Indeed. Well, hopefully it wouldn't come to that, but who knows? Better be prepared, eh?
My heart sinks a little at the comment, and the Black Wolf notices it. Vol only flashes his brows and shoves me slightly.
We better get going. It's been a long day. Yes. Enjoy. Oh, and Vol. It's nice to see you keep the whelp some company. Just keeping an eye on him, as required.
The black male grumbles and Vither laughs in clear disbelief, walking off to his house. As we approach the cottage, the smell of the pie teases my nose, and I have to admit, I've worked up quite an appetite. Once at the cabin, Vol pulls my shoulder and causes me to stop.
That was a good day's work.
Indeed.
But before we get settled, let's get your wood restocked.
Oh, right. I mumble broodly, not really keen on more chores. But I guess I have to fuel the fire somehow. I jump over the uneven step and approach the porch table to leave the pie there. When I return, Vol has already opened the shed and now picks through the different blocks.
Most of it is already cut to size, But we'll get some of the big ones too.
He states, chucking out different logs. The wolf retrieves an axe and sets up a wood block on a nearby trunk.
Here you go.
He passes me the chopper. I don't think I've ever done this before.
Did you do anything before?
He sneers and I roll my eyes.
Nothing to it. Just swing it like the meat cleaver.
To think all that hacking was preparing me to chop wood. I simply sigh and arch my back to take a wide swing. I'm gonna knock something over, aren't I? As the blade sinks into the log, my muscles cramp at the sudden stop. I didn't even get in deep.
You don't need to swing that hard.
He laughs in amusement.
You're going to hurt yourself, and then Ranok will be up my ass.
Not if I can get to him first. I mean, sure, Volgor. Got it.
Here.
He brushes me aside and takes the axe from me.
You just hit enough to wedge it in.
Uncharacteristically to his strength, he just pokes the top of the wood enough to get the blade an inch or two.
Then you just tap it and it splits on its own. See?
He demonstrates and it looks so effortless. Damn. He passes me the hatchet and lets me try. Instead, his method requires much less force and is much easier. I split maybe 4 or 5 logs, looking at the slowly growing pile. How many more? I ask, uncertain if I should continue.
I'd say it's enough. Should last you for a day or two. And now that you know your way around the axe, you'll be able to fetch it yourself when needed.
I smile and nod in gratitude. He taught me quite a lot, and all in one day. I collect the wood as he put the axe away and locks the shed. Once we're ready to go, my stomach makes the most embarrassing rambling sound, causing the wolf to snort. Oh, I'm starving.
So I hear.
When we enter into the kitchen, Vol drops the wood near the hearth, while I place the pie onto the table. He arranges the logs into the niche below. I fetch 2 tankards and rush towards the barrel.
Reading my damn mind, piglet.
The wolf croons, nodding in approval, as I dunk them into the dark liquid. With the weeks gone, nearly half of the thing is emptied. I return the fizzing mugs to the table and get 2 plates set up. Oh shoot. Did I have the music credit as... Super chat. Thanks, Happy for the $5. First, I'll say this. Thanks to Happy for $5 saying, unable to stay at the stream, but here's some money. That's really nice of you to even do that and hop on by. I really appreciate it, and yes, thanks again. It's always great to see the support. But what I was going to originally say is that I forgot to turn off the music credit for my D&D campaign on Sunday. So for 2.5 hours, I've been saying Adrian von Ziegler is the music credit, even though this is, well, it's not Adrian von Ziegler's music. I don't know whose it is exactly. It's whoever Far Beyond the World credits for their music. I forgot who it is. I probably have to ask Kael about it sometime. Anyway, let's move on. I return the fizzing mugs to the table and get 2 plates set up. Once Vol is done, he brushes off his paws and seats himself comfortably, watching as I rustle about.
I could get used to that. No wonder Ranok's so set on you.
He snickers, watches as I cut the pie in 2 and place a half on a plate in front of him. If you act nice, I could even give you a massage. I tease and his ears perk up, getting slightly red on the inside.
Humph. He's the touchy one. You keep your paws to yourself.
He scoffs, and I cannot help but chuckle. Both of them are easy to fluster. Now that Verissa made me aware of Ranok's game, seems you can play it with anyone. We sit like this for a while, me digging into the pile and Vol trying to regain his composure. For someone so tough, it's quite easy to ruffle his fur in the awkward way. Eventually, he lets go of his scowl and also joins in the meal. Considering he hasn't eaten since yesterday, I'm surprised he's not ravenous. I'm devouring the pie with large swigs of the fork. It does hit the spot and pairs excellently with the beer. Delicious!
Here you go. You've earned it.
Vol flicks something across the table. It clanks merrily the entire length until I grab it before it falls off the edge. Oh, what's this? I mutter, taking a closer look. It's Ranok's token. You have obtained Ranok's token.
Once he's back, you'll be able to give it to him. To pay off his IOU, should you wish.
He jests and I furrow my brows. Of course I'll give it back to him.
Good pet. Maybe I should get one.
He proposes teasingly, but quickly snorts it off.
Then again, I do not have debts around to be worked off like your master.
I walk off to the cupboard and place the coin in one of the drawers. As I return to the table, I notice Vol's tail swaying idly from side to side. Despite almost lethargic movement, it's the most animated I've ever seen it. He clearly enjoyed spending the day together, that's for sure. I take my seat with a hardly contained smile, and he notices it, giving me a confused look.
What are you grinning at?
Nothing. I shake my head, continuing with my share of the pie. I guess he really likes the company. Just doesn't know how to enjoy it. So, what's your plan for the rest of the day? I ask between each mouthful.
Pub sit you until it's time to head off to the feast.
I assume I'm still not welcome there.
It's better you keep to yourself while Ranok's gone. Safer that way.
He shrugs, taking an idle sip. Yeah.
Also, you need to get some rest.
The wolf nods towards the bedroom.
I'll be waking you up same time tomorrow.
Oh, joy. I snigger, and we remain silent for a short moment. Vol downs a gulp of the ale and checks the bottom of the mug. I'm about to offer to refill it for him when he stands up and walks towards the barrel of himself.
I still wonder if having you out and about is a good idea. Even at my shop, the wolves are taking active interest in you.
Well, that's what Ranok wanted. For me to stop being a secret. I mutter, watching him dunk the tankard. The longer I'm kept hidden, the more exotic and fascinating I'll become. Shove me into the butchery and I'll blend in with the other wards. The wolf scoffs through a smile as he takes his seat again.
I suppose you're right. Size-wise, you do fit well with the bunnies.
He teases and I roll my eyes.
But seriously, we need to get you buffed up. You need to be jacked like me.
His tone shifts a little.
If those females had their way, you'd remain a flowery twig.
I think they're just caring. I am rather fragile. I admit, looking at my slender body, insecurities intensify. There's not an ounce of fat underneath my skin, except the damn tub of ice cream I had last night. It was a pint, but goddamn it, it's making me feel bloated. But also, very little muscle. It's almost like I maintained the most healthy but inactive life before waking up here. Joy. Very fragile.
You can say that again.
He smirks in agreement. I mumble, picking on my pie. Maybe some working out wouldn't be that bad. My memory might be failing me, but I don't think I used to be this frail. Speaking of females, I do think you need to give them some slack. Verissa is looking out for me. As for Cora, I ponder for a moment. Well, she seems nice. I wasn't sure about her before, but now...
She's already spoken for.
He throws in randomly, as if to squash any notions in my mind. Bye, Ranok. I retort mockingly. Remember the comment Verissa made.
Why is it funny?
No reason. My inner gay is intensifying right now. I shrug.
The two of them have been making googly eyes for one another since we were teens. They're obviously into each other.
I flash my brows challengingly. They're not the only ones. My voice takes on a teasing tone.
What's that supposed to mean?
I noticed you sneaking longing gazes at Verissa. Oh, got him! The wolf's eyes open wide as he's stunned by my forwardness. It's time he tasted his own medicine. She is quite beautiful. And she is best girl of 2021. I say, as if agreeing with his unspoken assessment.
I'm not having this conversation with you, piglet!
Vol subdues a growl, but I brush it off with a chuckle. Why not? I think you should.
I don't care what you think!
Precisely. I agree, throwing off his train of thought and causing the male to blink. I need to reason with him. We didn't spend the entire day working together to not even be able to have an honest conversation. The only other person you could talk with is Ranok, and you're too worried about his opinion to risk making a fool of yourself. With me, you could talk freely.
You start to sound like fucking Taro.
Uh-oh. He sneers, taking a thirsty gulp from his mug. You mean I'm being perceptive?
I mean, you're being annoying. You're being an annoying little prick who sticks his nose in other people's business.
His mug clanks against the table as he gives me a rather aggravated gaze. Come on, Vol. We both know you have a crush on her. I think you two can make it work. I thought Caelan was smart. I guess not. I see he's struggling to contain a growl. But if I don't try to push, we'll never open a proper rapport. You're both duty-bound, honorable, and extremely work-oriented. You just need to drop the bad boy act and open up to her a little.
What act?
What act? He snarls softly, giving me a clear warning.
You think I was acting when I put your lights out?
God. I sigh in resignation. There's no talking to him, is there? I wonder how Ranok deals with this. My wolf is extremely patient, though. Perhaps that's the key. I decide not to draw this out longer than it needs to be and just get to the point. Listen, I've spent some time with Verissa. I think I had one-on-ones with her to know what she needs. She's just desperate for some human touch. The scrape of wood echoes across the room as the wolf stands up and slams his paws onto the table, giving me a murderous gaze.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I don't even get to blink when the table flies across the room and his paws connect to my throat, shoving me against the back wall. Jesus Christ! My feet wriggle in panic as the floor disappears from beneath and I'm suspended from his hold.
If you so much as touch her!
What? No! I realize a mistake a second too late. Slip of the tongue. Full! I cry out desperately as he squeezes my throat tighter. I can hear my heart pound in my head as I'm getting starved for air. Please! It's such an expression! My mind begins to slip away as his rattled breath slows down and he finally lets go of me. I slip out of his paws and drop to the floor like a rag doll and the pounding of my head subdues. Fuck Vol! What the hell? I gasp, rubbing my abused neck, which is aching once again on the count of the black wolf.
You really need to work on your word choices.
The male tries to scoff indifferently, but I can see his mortified expression. And you on your fucking temper! He locks his gaze with his paws, looking at them as if they were covered in blood. I'm so confused. I check my own neck to ensure he didn't do any permanent harm. There's no blood, just a bruise. Eventually, he simply shakes his head and clutches his fists.
I don't need this shit!
He growls and rushes out of the house. Vol, wait! Get back here! I try to call it, but he slams the doors behind him. I just sit there on the floor, gazing over the trashed room in utter defeat. What the hell? It takes me a while to set back the table and clean the kitchen. The pie flew everywhere. God, it was a nightmare getting out of all the nooks and crannies. My throat still hurts, but I'm not sure what I'm more annoyed with. The fact that he attacked me, or that he left me to clean up this mess. I guess the only comfort is that I had the dandelion in my pin. Had it been on the table, I doubt it would survive the flight. I touched the flower, trying to get my mood lifted, but to little effect. I'm worried about Ranok being all alone out there. And Vither's preparation for other packs being sent after him does not fill me with confidence. Moreover, I doubt I'd be working with Vol tomorrow. Not sure I'd even want to. But the wolf won't be showing his muzzle around me anytime soon, and that's for certain. Which means I'll be left alone to my own devices. Should have listened to Versa. Even Ranok thought this was a bad idea. Aside from being angry that the wolf effectively broke his promise, what's even more disappointing is that he failed to do what he wanted to do. To prove he's not a mindless brute. Good going, champ. I feel extremely frustrated. I had so much faith in him. I guess he is a dumb beast after all. Once everything is set back to where it was, I hang up Ranok's cloak and refill a cup with some water to place my dandelion in. I pet the head of the flower and look around the room. I'm not really hungry anymore. Nor am I in the mood to do anything else. The overwhelming feeling of defeat and exhaustion takes hold. I just want to go to sleep. I put out the fire and the lights and simply head to bed. The mattress flops as I land on it, and my eyes close automatically. I'm just going to say here in case the day ends, I get a feeling it will. Maybe not. This was a really long fucking day. I'm exhausted and fed up. Not at all how I wanted this to end. Thankfully, the darkness claims me within moments. Take a quick sip. A gentle hum tries to stir me during my sleep. Perhaps to pull me deeper into that odd place where one both is and isn't. Or maybe back into the land of the living for another stroll. Whatever the reason, I'm too tired to comply. My mind slips away from me and fades out into blissful nothingness. No voice can haunt me tonight. Not tonight. I wake up on my own with a drawn-out yawn. I slept without a single disturbance all the way into daylight, as made obvious by the sun saturating the room. Despite having a good night's rest, my arms are sore from all the swinging I did the previous day. My mood is in no great shape either. I still feel rather bitter about how it all ended. As expected, Vol has not come to fetch me. I can only assume he's working alone and fuming, most likely blaming me for what happened. Might be for the best. It's not like I want to see him anytime soon. Slipping up on the vernacular is one thing, but I'm not about to ignore the fact that he nearly choked me out again. I get out of the bed and walk straight into the kitchen. The air is much warmer today. Their weather really is going in circles. Oh no, we're at Echo! Crap, 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 crap! I take a long, lazy stretch as I pass the table and approach the cupboard. The water is stale and dirty. Ranok was doing so much prep before I woke up. I begin to appreciate everything he did to accommodate me. With an uncomfortable sigh, I take a look towards the bucket. There's no water left. Come to think of it, I don't have any food either. I pick up the remaining 2 rolls from a few days ago. I tap them against the hearth, hearing an empty knock. Yep. Rock hard. Maybe good for making toast, but not much else. Vol really left me stranded. I feel anger growing inside of me. Such fucking childish behavior. No, not even childish. Kids don't even bash their brains out. He's a monster. He certainly acts like one, that's for sure. But... ugh, God. I don't want to waste time on this right now. I don't need getting angry at that rabid wolf. What I need is food and water, and the only way to get either is going to Farissa. I don't know where the female lives, but surely someone will point me to her. I'm a foreigner, not a mute. If I just say her name, I'll get directions without blowing our cover. I don't know. I take up the cloak from the hanger and go for my dandelion. It looks just as fresh as the day Ranok gave it to me. I'm about to pick it up when I think about Vol's attack. On an off chance he's going to wolf handle me again, I'd rather the flower remain safe here. Gently, I pat as if saying goodbye, grab the bucket, and step outside. The day is extremely bright and warm, without a single cloud in the sky. It's quite lovely, actually, and it lifts my spirits somewhat. To my surprise, I notice a Luna high up in the sky. Hi, Luna! How you doing? Then again, I'm not sure why I'm surprised. Moon during daytime isn't that unusual, is it? I jump over the steps and walk onto the path leading towards the village. It's a good few hours after sunrise, so most wolves have already got up and went off about their business, meaning the street isn't that crowded. In fact, there's hardly anyone here. My step gains a cheerful gait, and I sway my bucket back and forth. It is a lovely morning. However, just before I reach Vither's shop, I stop dead in my tracks, noticing Tano walking out from around the corner. I get to finally do the Tano voice. I get to do my new Tano voice. Woohoo! Fuck. I look for a place to bolt into, but I'm a sitting duck here and the wolf notices me just as fast as I notice him. That's the last thing I needed. Oh boy, I'm ready to do it. Fancy running into you here. Fancy? I just stepped out of Ranok's cage, Ranok's cage. I just stepped out of Ranok's cottage, you twit. What are you up to? He asks nonchalantly as he approaches. I give him a dumbfounded look. I'm not going to dance to his tune again. A bucket. Could it be that you're looking for water? Oh no. I don't want your help. I can show you the way. Although, it's odd you're left unchaperoned. He looks around as if checking if someone had lost a pet. Once he's satisfied that I wasn't misplaced, he gives me a curious look. I'll let you guys guess who I'm trying to impersonate. I don't even know if I'm doing a good enough job at it. Out of nowhere, he reaches for me. Before I can swat him away, he takes hold of my chin and tilts my head, revealing the left side of my neck. What's this? He blinks and his expression shifts to that of genuine confusion. God, fuck! You're bruised. You're bruised. I didn't know it was showing. After all, I don't have a mirror. Despite my fear, his expression doesn't shift to malice, but rather actual worry. Who did this to you? Ranok? You twit! He's not even in the town! Everybody went to look for him, you dummy! You moron! His voice carries doubt. Or was it Vol? Suppose, hypothetically, that it was Vol that choked you. That would mean he is a monster and should be executed. He asks with much clearer conviction. Don't tell me they did it while putting that color on. What? I blink. I almost want to shout out no, but manage to rein myself in. That's when we both shudder in surprise, as Cora's melodic call reaches for us inside of Vither's house. Tano, cutie pie! I knew I had heard your voice. Uh-oh. Oh, Cora. The male nods to her casually as she comes to a stop and gives me a kind smile. Wait, what is she doing here? Oh, hello, pet. Where might the two of you be headed? My voice for Cora is changing so much. It is so inconsistent right now, and I apologize. I am trying to find a more fitting voice for Cora. And I think this is better so far. Let me know what you think in the comments. Oh, hello, pet. Where might the two of you be heading? Showing the kid where the spring's at. He shrugs, causing the female to look at him with slight disbelief. Oh, kind of odd for you to do that. I thought Ranok left him in Vol's care. You would think that, wouldn't you? In theory, you would think that. He gives me a telling look. So what happened? You tell me. He looks a bit shaken up. The white wolf nods towards me and I shy away, trying to conceal my bruised neck. Yeah, he does seem a bit spooked. Thankfully, she does not inquire further and just puffs up her cheeks in anger.
Oh, I knew it was a bad idea to leave the pup with that brute.
Ranok does what Ranok wills. It has always been so.
Tano! Ranok is gone! He's out of town for the past 2 days! How can you be so freaking dense? God! Tano says dismissively, clearly somewhat bothered by her.
Oh, I wish you guys would patch things up already. This little spat is going on for far too long. It's been nearly 3 years.
You're barking up at the wrong tree here.
He mutters defiantly as this sudden shift in the conversation grabs my attention.
Oh, come off it, Tano. You're both equally to blame.
The female replies sternly.
You should swallow your damn pride and make up already, the both of you. It's such a shame seeing friendship like that just thrown away.
Wait, Tano and Ranok were friends? Oh God, close it would even seem.
Maybe said friendship wasn't all that, if it was so easily tossed aside.
Honey, you know I love you like a brother.
Oh! Oh, no wonder he's always so salty. Oh! Oh, no wonder. No wonder he's trying to win everybody over. Oof.
But you can be such a little prick sometimes.
Cora says with a caring voice, placing a paw on his shoulder, and I almost snort with laughter.
Oh, I've known both of you since puphood. Ranok doesn't turn on others easily.
I tried to set things right.
Again, Tano protests with a slight growl.
Perhaps you didn't try hard enough.
You're the one to talk. Both acting like lovebirds. How convenient for him.
So he's on it as well. Oh, boys. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Guess Vol is the last one to the party. Oh, never mind. I guess I'm the dense one.
Tano, you're behaving like friends were a commodity you have in ample supply. Do not push it with me.
Her attitude shifts slightly, and although her voice is still melodic, it carries more of a serious undertone. Tano also notices and pulls his ears back in deference.
Sorry, I just would rather we didn't talk about it.
He gives me a reluctant glance. The wolf clearly doesn't want me to hear more than I should.
Fine.
The female sighs, rolling her eyes, and then turning to face me. I try to make sure she doesn't notice my bruised throat, readjusting my position and tilting away from her. This does seem to trouble the female, but she does not read further into it. I guess she thinks she's making me uncomfortable.
You better get him to that spring before the poor thing dies of thirst.
She mumbles awkwardly.
Yeah.
The white wolf pushes me to the side, forcing me to move. As we begin to walk off, she calls out.
But Tano.
I can see her toy with her fingers nervously.
Know that I very much don't want to be forced to choose between you two. Not everything has to be a spitting contest.
She almost sounds pleading.
And for the love of Aluna, do not take out your frustration on this little one.
Why would you think?
It's beneath you. You hear me?
The female interrupts, giving him a stern look.
The Tano I know would not endanger others for amusement, nor to get back at someone. Reluctantly, I give the male a worried look. Oh shit! Seems not only Varissa has a somewhat good opinion of the male. He notices my gaze and quickly flushes with embarrassment. I'm just taking him to the spring. I'm just taking him to the spring. Glad to hear it. She nods with a smile, approaching me and ruffling my hair. See you later, pet. I'm not really sure what to make of that exchange. However, I'm grateful. Not only did I learn that there's more to Tano's and Ranok's hostility, but also Korra effectively put an end to any potential schemes the white male cooked up for me. At least for now. I'm still quite weary following him into the woods. He seems oddly defeated, and his cocky, annoying attitude is completely gone. We walk in silence, and as much as I was thinking of slipping away from him, curiosity takes over. I'm not a cat after all, says the writer of this VN. I sneak glances at his troubled expression, but he seems to pay me no mind, clearly buried in thought. We walk maybe 5 or 10 minutes, until I can hear the slushing of the creek nearby. We push on through a dense thicket, and there it is. It's the river. It looks enchanting, with crystal clear water meandering between different rocks and pebbles, covering the bottom of the brook. There's even a cataract every now and then. Is that how you say it, a cataract? With cascading stream There's even a cataract every now and then with cascading stream creating tiny rainbows twinkling over the misty spray. I almost gasp out of praise, but catch myself at the very last minute. Here you go. Here you go. Ranok's house is that way. He points and I take note of the direction. It almost sounds as if he was meaning to leave me here. I wouldn't mind to be fair. He's making me quite uncomfortable. I dunk the bucket in the stream, allowing it to fill up. Pulling it out is a bit of a chore and a struggle, but I manage. Tano gives me an inquisitive look, as if gauging if I'm going to get back home. I straighten up and try not to show how heavy the bucket really became. As I struggle to walk, the water sloshes from side to side, splattering every other step. Ugh, give it here. The male grumbles in annoyance. You'll spill half of it before you even get there. So much for leaving me alone then. But not that I'm complaining. That bucket is pretty freaking heavy. We walk back towards the cottage, again in complete silence. I guess Korra really got underneath his skin. Or perhaps, since he clearly knows I can understand them, he's just embarrassed I witnessed the exchange. Whatever the reason, it's quite amusing seeing him so flustered. Even he puts on a mask. In all fairness, smugness and overconfidence do not suit him. Ranok pulls them off, but then again, my wolf isn't a dick about it. As we approach the cabin, my stomach rumbles quite loudly, and I wince in embarrassment once again. Jeez, before I could go on just the nibbles, but now I'm getting ravenous all of a sudden. Do you have anything to eat? Or do you have anything to eat? The wolf asks with feigned concern. At least I assumed it's feigned. I don't trust his courtesy anymore. I just look dumbfounded into the scenery, ignoring him completely. Others told me to keep my distance, and now even Cora called them out on his shenanigans. It's a simple question. Are you hungry? I release a long, protracted sigh, looking at him with bemusement. I know he suspects, but I'm not going to provide him with proof. Ugh, come on. He walks towards the village and nods for me to follow. Since he's still carrying the water, as opposed to leaving it at the damn house, like a moron, I don't have much choice. We walk towards Vither's house again, and the male plops the bucket just outside the bakery. Cora, you still in there? Just a moment. The female responds and takes a while to step out. She wipes her paws into a cloth, smiling wide as she notices a bucket. Wow, I'm impressed. Honesty becomes you. Her eyes turn towards me, but again, I try to shy away and hide my bruise. Your father left any food around? Rolls or pies that he wouldn't miss? Wait, she's Vither's kid? I guess you could see it, actually, the more you look at it. The chief was right. That old wolf be popping them all over the damn place. Damn, Vither, you're a player. No. He hasn't come back since yesterday. Probably drinking again at the villa. Or the villa. She rolls her eyes in annoyance. I guess those two party hard whenever they can. Why'd you ask? Well, the kid needs some food. Kid? I'm your age, you twerp. You don't even know that Ranok's gone, you moron. How come you act like you're more intellectually mature than me? Dunce. Oh, I can help with that. I was making quiches for the pups for later. I could spare one or two. Great. That should keep him going throughout the day. Let me fetch them. I give Tano a suspicious look, not really sure where this care came from. He was obviously only paying attention to me at the feast because of Ranok. But Ranok's not here. What is your game? You want to butter me up before you shove me into a preheated oven? We wait in silence for the female to come back, but she doesn't take long. She rushes out towards me smiling and passes two decent-sized quiches with spring onions sprinkled on top. Here you go, love. A tart from a tart. Nice. I chuckle, immediately thinking I will go to hell for that. Kael will go to hell for that one line. Kael will just be like, it was worth it, though. I shouldn't call her names when she's being nothing but kind towards me. See? You're much better when you're back to your old self. Ranok would. Can we please stop talking about Ranok? Can we please stop talking about Ranok? The male finally snaps. Not everything is about him. Cora only sighs, shaking her head in amusement as she returns home. Oh, males. Tano stands there for a while, as if thinking something over,
But eventually he picks up the bucket and we walk back towards the cottage. Once there, he plops at the foot of the steps, and it's just as well, as I did not intend to invite him in. Ranok would definitely not be happy if I did.
Well, have a good one. Oh, one more thing.
He stops midterm, tapping his neck.
Whatever caused this, there's more where that came from.
Oh my god, did you just say that, Tano? What the fuck? I narrow my eyes, as I'm not sure if it's meant to be a threat or a warning. If he implies that Ranok did it, he's stark raving mad. But if he means Vol, then he should probably know. I bet the black male kicked his ass more than once. I stand there, fuming and watching the coy wolf walk away. To my surprise, his tail sways from side to side, as if he suddenly regained his good humor. I fucking hate you, Tano. Is he fucking with me again? God. It's like, whenever people thought he was like the Pharaoh, you couldn't be more wrong. When people were like, oh, he's the wild card of it. The big difference is, Tano is easy to hate. Like, there's nothing redeemable about this man so far. I'm not sure if that's my opinion, but it's like, I don't know how else to explain it other than that. Like, the writing of them is really especially different. Like, if I wanted to go into a literary analysis of them, but oh my god, it's like, you could definitely tell that one of them is more apathetic, like Tano's more apathetic, Nefero is more sympathetic in general. When you're like, okay, is he too sympathetic? But then with Tano, you're like, is he just like a sociopath or whatever? I don't know. Am I looking too deeply into Tano? Am I crazy? Love you, Dirk. Very odd thing for me to just pick up on. Thanks. Yeah, crazy stuff going on. Anyway, I put the quiches onto the table and retrieve the bucket from outside. This time around, I decide to be more frugal with the water. I use as little as possible to wash up, while keeping the rest in the bucket. Because it's so warm, I don't need to fiddle with fire. So I simply sit back in the chair and enjoy the delightful quiche. It's very hearty and cheesy, with bits of ham and onion in between. Cora's got baking paws, taken after her father, that's for sure. She's also good looking and well-mannered. I mean... It's like, we gotta have, like, instead of a best boy bracket, we have a I'm gonna sound like a horrible person for saying this, but the best breast bracket. It would be like, Cora, William from the smoke room. It's like guys and girls, it's like, who got the best honkers? And Todd from the smoke room would be the judge. But she's also good looking and well mannered. Come to think of it, Drer is quite handsome as well. Fuck, I'm sipping over every wolf I see! Apples really do not fall far from the tree. Oh yes, cannot forget Amicus in that contest. Even the Pharaoh a little bit as a wild card. Who else would be in the best breast bracket? I'll let you guys think about that while I keep reading. Some people have it all. Then again, it feels like everyone in this tribe is hot. So maybe it's not just Vither's loins that spawn golden offspring. As my bored and pointless musings begin to drag on, I look around for something to kill time with. So I grabbed a knife. No, wait. So I started blasting. I'm fairly certain I'll be left to my own devices until I fetch Farissa. Or unless I fetch Farissa. But I would rather not face the female while sporting a massive bruise. That would cause another shit show, and I've seen far too many as of late. Reluctantly, I stand up and walk up towards the cupboard. I remember the title mentioning 6 tribes. Now having more context, I'm sure it speaks of the wolves. I locate it immediately and fetch it back to the table. The volume is quite impressive, with beautifully decorated pages and very intricate writing. The 6 Tribes of Tiernan. By what was it, J.R. Tolkien or whatever? It's like, by J.R. Tolkien. Just as I remembered. The table of contents shows that the book divides into 6 sections, each divided into one tribe. Or dedicated to one tribe, I apologize. The tribes are as follows. Tiernan, Brazilian, Goldarin, Arden, Lothian, and Anwin. Sounds like an introduction to Lord of the Rings. God damn it, he said it! Of course he said it! The boring edition. Wait, wasn't there like an accompanying textbook with that very few people read? Silver Million or something along those lines? Is this getting further into Lord of the Rings stuff? Because I know nothing about Lord of the Rings. Haven't watched the movies, haven't read the books. You could... sue me. Those things I remember make me feel like I'm reliving my very own freaking fairy tale. I even have a prince. I want to make a Eurovision pun right now. And it's actually a modern one for once. But it's gonna be too cheesy. And I need a fiddle for it. Albeit, I realize he's not as well situated as they usually are, given his domain consists of this very rustic cottage. Although charming, it's more fitting for the 7 dwarves. I chuckle and return to my read. Tiernan, along with the Brazilian, compose the heart of the forest. They also share a majestic lake between them called Tremelin. Apparently, it's a breathtaking stretch of water, and the description almost makes me wish for a visit there. It's a favorite summer spot for local wolves. Pups have been playing in the shallows for generations, while others lounge around the benches. A lake in the woods does seem like a perfect holiday spot, not going to lie. According to tradition, the lake itself is enchanted, and its waters have healing powers thanks to a fae residing within the depths. I smile, realizing those wolves, as fantastical as they seem, have legends of their own to share. Thanks to a deep familiar ties and shared folklore, Tiernan and Brazilian were allied for many centuries. It would seem that the militarized way of life these wolves enjoy is driven from millennia-old tradition of warfare. Sounds like another country, like the one I'm living in right now. Whenever they're not fighting others, they fight amongst themselves. Another ally of Tiernan, although less faithful and much younger, seems to be Arden, also called the High Forest. It's inhabited by the oldest and tallest trees, reaching all the way back to the youth of Sylvan. The wolves living there take deep pride in their ancient heritage and are extremely protective of their woods. Considering what happened to their tiger noble, or what happened to the tiger noble, I wonder what that extreme protectiveness entails. Can't be more extreme than killing someone over graffiti. Gildrian is the northernmost reach of the woods. The wolves there are strong and industrious and have a reputation for warmongering. Given the militant nature of Tiernan wolves, again, I wonder what that means. The book does not help keep me hanging. Turns out, it means that Gildrian was an instigator of nearly half of all wars, within and without these woods. Lothian stretches the mountain range hidden deep within the forest, with the highest peak called Amon Silva. That's where the respective tribe takes its residence. According to the book, Lothian flip-flopped during many conflicts, changing sides often more than once depending on the current winner. Pragmatic, but frowned upon by the remaining tribes for lack of loyalty. Guess Ranok was right about it being woven virtue, with which in a mixed bag of goods is definitely a redeeming gem of equality. Last place, called the Deep Forest, is Anlin. It is described as a trove of the most beautiful groves and meadows, filled with bounty and joy. Wolves of Anlin surprisingly value peace and merriment, rarely if ever participating in conflicts started by the other tribes. Why couldn't we have ended up in Anlin? That would have been an interesting novel to be like, we end up in the peaceful area, but then all the other tribes around us are like, fight, 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 and we're like, no, please don't. That'd be an interesting perspective. Anyway, despite the book trying to paint them as debauched and decadent, I see them as quite the opposite. Especially since the description frowns upon Anwin's openness to trade with outsiders. Had it not been for Ranok, I would have wondered why I hadn't ended up in that forest instead. I chuckle, but my amusement doesn't last long. The more pages I flick through, the more details I stumble upon I would be better left without. Despite dates and names meaning nothing to me, I can make general sense of decades upon decades of systematic warfare. The tribes either banded together to raid and pillage otherkin in nearby realms, or if such consensus should not be reached, raided each other. The book glorifies one hero after another, describing how many burrows they put to the claw, or how many enemies laid slain under their paws. It became increasingly uncomfortable, especially since most of the targets were the otherkin, specifically of the Sylvan variety. I really hope this is just a history book, and the current affairs are much different. I'm thrown off by a sudden knock to the door. Cautiously, I place the book down onto the table and slowly approach. My main worry is that it's just the black male, and I really don't know how our interaction would go right now. Caelan, you there? Farissa's voice is no real comfort either, as I'm immediately reminded of the massive bruise I sport. Fuck! But I can't pretend not to be in, as that would only cause an alarm, while trying to cover my neck would only draw more attention to it. I yank the door open, letting the female in. I'll have to bite another bullet. It's becoming a pattern here. She steps inside, giving me curious glances. Once the door is shut, I try to put on a brave smile, but to no effect. I see you're no longer at the butchery. I wonder why that might be. She states knowingly, her piercing gaze causing me to wince. I dart my eyes to the side, rubbing my arm and unwittingly exposing the bruise.
What's this?
Bingo. She gently lifts up my chain to expose my neck. Or my chin, sorry.
What happened?
Her voice takes on a monotone, almost as if she had expected this. I really don't want to add fuel to the fire. And I feel that in part I was kinda asking for this. Vol is not a chatty type, and if you poke a wild wolf with a stick... God. We were sparring. I blurt out, surprising even myself.
What?
I was the one who insisted. I was tired of being teased as a weakling, so I asked Vol to give me a few pointers. Her eyes narrowed as her brows set on a single line, giving me a look of utter disbelief. He just got carried away. It doesn't take much to bruise me. I laugh awkwardly, but she still doesn't budge. We decided if I should stay put until it's gone, so others won't jump to conclusions. Varissa ain't buying this. She arches one brow, still not giving in. Seriously, if he wanted to hurt me, he would. It was just a silly accident. With Vol, hardly anything is an accident, but suit yourself. Finally, she shrugs me off and pulls out a chair. When I asked him where you were, he simply scoffed at me. I worried you might be left out without any provisions, but I see you got fresh water and food. How did that come about? Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. The water was from the spring. And how did you know where the spring was? I once again shutting my eyes and bracing for the worst. Tano took me there.
Tano?
She jolts up immediately.
Are you serious?
The female throws her gaze towards the table, locking it with the tarts.
Those are Cora's, aren't they?
I nod uncomfortably.
Caelan, you're supposed to keep away from others. Tano is close to the elders, and as much as I like Cora, she's Vither's daughter. You're playing with fire interacting with those two.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I knew it'd be lunacy to leave you in the care of that idiot.
It's not entirely his fault.
Not his fault. He was supposed to make you... Not his fault. He was supposed to make sure you're safe and fed. Instead, I find you foraging around the village, left at the mercy of the very wolves who could get us all exposed. A second time, I get to hear the melodic growl, and it sends a shiver down my spine. She must have picked up on my growing anxiety, as she cuts it off and gives me a rather startled look. I just stand there, almost like a child getting dressed down by their parent. Sorry, I didn't mean to take this out on you. She finally sighs, releasing the pent-up anger. There's just a lot at stake here, and somehow everyone's acting as if it's just a game. Ranok suddenly bolting, ditching us with, no offense, you, when he's the one who brought you here in the first place. None taken. I shrug, giving her a weak smile. Then you have Vol, who thinks he can strongarm. Then you have Vol, who thinks he can strongarm people left and right. Not to mention you acting like a pup on the playground, cuddling up with every wolf you see. I'm just fed up with having to be the responsible one. She leans against the table, crossing her arms and looking into the distance.
I really don't know what to say to her. It does seem like she's the only one keeping this scheme together. I'm about to speak up when her eyes lock on me again. Why aren't you wearing the dress? Her voice carries slight suspicion. Was he giving you heat over it again? Is that what caused this? She points to my neck. No. I try to avoid circling back to my row with Vol. I just didn't want to ruin it. Ruin it? By wearing it around the house? Is it not comfortable? She asks with a hint of worry. No, it's great. You know what? You're right. I nod and rush towards the bedroom. I'll go put it on. Do you have any moonshine left, or did Vol chug it all down? The female calls out as I unfurl the silk dress. I don't think there's any left, no. I'll get some ale then, as I drink mine. I'm so fed up with this shit. She mutters while I pull the garment over my head. There. All done. I smile, seeing her already seated at the table and taking an idle sip. Good. The female nods with approval. I didn't spend all that time fitting and stitching it together for you to treat it as a tablecloth. True. I mumble nervously, taking a seat and just watching her enjoy the drink. After her second sip, she breaks the silence and looks to me inquisitively. Are you going to join me, or is your intention to make this even more awkward? You're right! I could use one too! I agree and get up to fetch a mug. Since pretty much everything else is dirty, I have to strain myself to reach up for a spare one. Since pretty much everything else is dirty, I have to strain myself to reach up for a spare one from the top shelf. I haven't done a proper wash-up in a while, but now knowing where the spring is, I can easily amend that. I dunk the tankard into a barrel, a little concerned about the remaining levels of the liquid. Those wolves do drink a lot. As I take my seat and lean back comfortably, I can see her gaze is still drilled into the distance. She's buried in thought, and I cannot help but think she's worrying about the bruise. You alright? Or no, wait, you alright? Caelan's saying that, not Verissa. Are you alright? I try to nudge her and she blinks, as if stirred back to life. She gives me a deeply concerned look. Oh, this whole setup doesn't sit well for me. I don't know what Ranok's thinking. And Vol... Ugh, God, Vol. She sighs in defeat. He's just doing everything to prove me right. I think Vol is slightly overwhelmed by all this. In his own way, he's trying his best to look out for the both of you. It would do wonders if you could simply give him some time. I mutter reluctantly. It's not like I'm in a position to give her advice on how to deal with wolves she knew her whole life. But this is new. To all of us. I kind of threw your group dynamic out of balance. It must be hard for him to understand, let alone accept. The female muses for a moment and then gives me a kind smile. You're an unusual person, Caelan.
I don't think I've met anyone so empathetic and forgiving as you. And then again, I was raised among wolves. She scoffs in amusement. Oh, what do I know?
A great deal more than I do, that's for sure. I laugh, causing her to chuckle. However, her voice hushes as her eyes land on the yellow flower resting inside the cup.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
Uh-oh? She nods, crooning softly.
Do you know the significance of dandelions?
Their meaning? No. Not really. I shake my head awkwardly, again feeling her knowing gaze on me.
They're a flower of healing, but also hope. Between lovers, they're a promise of happiness and loyalty.
Puts two and two together. Wait a minute. She emphasizes, and I feel a blush slowly creeping onto my face. Thankfully, she does not linger on it.
But above all, they're a flower of chance. A wish away. A reminder that our dreams can come true if we can only grasp them. So much meaning. In such a small, simple thing. The female pets the dandelion softly, a gentle smile stretching across her muzzle. I find small, simple things the most beautiful. I mutter, not knowing why I said it, and she snickers. Said one small, simple thing about another.
Small I might be, but did she just call me simple as well?
At least your collar is a bit more subtle.
Collar? She's definitely hinting at something. I try to hide my red cheeks behind the tankard, slowly slurping the ale. Ranok was only trying to cheer me up. I brush it off, even if she seems supportive. I'm not about to admit to anything. Besides, the flower is of my choice. I just found them uplifting on a gloomy day. He's been stealing my resolve with them ever since. Considerate, too. The female sighs, toying with the dandelion, and I cannot help but feel a bit bad. She's completely disheartened, and it becomes obvious she's hinting at the Black Wolf's shortcoming. Vol does seem to care about you a lot, you know. Oh, no, wait. I thought that was going to be Verissa saying that. Vol does seem to care about you a lot, you know. I mutter, drawing her surprised gaze. At first, I think I might have crossed the line, but she's the one who started it. The female simply concedes in defeat. At times, it feels like he does. But then he proves the opposite. For the most part, Vol acts as if he never knew any of us at all. She deflects, trying her hardest to not look emotionally invested into the subject. It's not like she isn't right, though. Vol does seem to ignore many aspects of Ranok's personality. Perhaps he really doesn't know them. Ranok said that he has to keep his mask on at all times. Despite appearances of close friendship, they all seem to be miles apart. And if that's how Verissa feels, I'm sorry about that. I decide to be as frank as possible. I can't imagine how hard it'd have to be to deal with unwanted advances for so many years.
It's not like that. She shakes her head. Vol... Vol has his moments. There were times when he was actually a sweet wolf. Oh? I raise my brow. Not in disbelief. I've actually experienced those moments myself, but more out of curiosity to hear more about that side of him. It was when he finally understood our lives would not add up to a happy ever after. He stopped his obnoxious advances and became a really good friend. It's only recently that this stupid infantile infatuation on his reemerged. Do you know what caused it? I ask, taking another sip. Yes. His designated mate died a year ago. Oof. I nearly choke on my drink. That is horrible. I can't even imagine what it feels like to learn someone you were matched with since childhood suddenly died. I'm so sorry. I blurt out automatically, completely thrown off. He isn't. The female points out with a shrugs, and my confusion only grows. I'd say he was rather pleased. It has made him free to pursue his own desires. So, here we are. I thought your mating was always planned. Yes, it is. But you can only plan the first one. She states as if it were obvious. After that point, both sides are adults, and although they've expected to continue to mate with others, that's entirely their own affair. So, there's no backup? Why would there be? Planning, maybe? Versa shrugs. I mean, yes, if a designated match dies as a pup, then you find a replacement, but Vol's mate died shortly before the coming of age. Setting up what pretty much is an adult wolf with another match is both impractical, but also impossible. How so? All wolves are spoken for since birth. There aren't any spares lying about. The female scoffs. Vol losing his mate so close to his coming of age meant that the elders could only sigh in defeat as another wolf slipped through their fingers. He's free to do whatever he likes in that department. It seems a bit cold and uncaring of Vol to shake off a death of a potential mate so easily. But then again, I guess I was right all along. They're not too keen on their designated hookups. Especially if they have an eye for another. I guess the newfound freedom would be why his passions reignited. Oh, that's just the half of it. She waves her paw, sloshing her drink around the mug. I watch as she empties it, giving me a curious look once the silence protracts. Man, I suck at chugging drinks. There we go. I emptied it. I'm a big boy now. Well? I inquire. What's the other half? I see Tano begins to rough off on you. Why is everyone saying that? I blurt out, quickly reminded of Vol's remark. I'm only trying to get to know them. Perhaps because there's a grain of truth to it. I understand you pretty much have nothing better to do than gossip all day long, but I have work. Sorry, didn't mean to pry or make you uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? She blinks.
No, I'm not going to say that I didn't enjoy the conversation, but we have more important matters to worry about.
The female sighs, standing up.
Unfortunately for you, now that you've been out with Vol, it doesn't look good that you're no longer working for him. Almost as if he dismissed you, which could also reflect poorly on Ranok.
Shit, I haven't thought about that. Fuck, we're so screwed. The whole warden dynamic.
Thankfully, I have some errands that you can Thankfully, I have some errands that you can assist me with. It will look as if I borrowed you for a day, squashing any potential rumors.
Making me the most popular ward in town? I tease, and she laughs again.
Yes, indeed.
What are the errands?
Considering Ranok's mission might be that of a rescue, we have to prepare for the worst. This means wounded wolves.
I shudder. Not the answer I want to get, but at the same time, I guess there's no escaping the cold truth. I need to face the harsh reality of their lives. The sooner, the better.
I must prepare salves and stock up on herbs. You can help me with that.
Of course. I nod eagerly, but quickly my enthusiasm falters. However, I don't know any herbs.
Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't trust your picking skills. You'll just help me carry them.
That basket should do. She points to the one resting next to the hearth. Oh, wait. Did I accidentally skip a line? Before I pick it up, I give myself a quick look. The dress is awfully expensive. Should I change? I mean... I splay out my arms and she chuckles.
For what other occasion would you save up a silk dress, if not to frolic in the woods? I know I'm not your wolf of choice when it comes to frolicking, but you'll have to do it with me.
I'm sure many people in this chat would love to frolic with Verissa in the forest. I snicker. Oh, I really don't mind. Trust me.
Mind?
She blinks teasingly.
You should be thrilled. But I suppose I have to take what I can get.
The female laughs, finally opening the door.
I think some of the fresh air would do you good.
So do I, actually. For a moment, I consider taking the dandelion with me, but quickly decide not to. I don't want to draw more attention to it than necessary. I simply grab the basket and follow her outside. We're going to take a break at the 4-hour mark. Because I forgot to skip around the 3-hour mark somehow. We went for an hour and a half, but, you know, things happen. We're going to take like a couple minute break, maybe 5 minutes max. Speaking of which, I might need a refill on water. I'm out of water and I'm out of drink. I will go fill that up quickly. Be right back, everybody. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. In case I go to the bathroom quickly. Back in a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry I have not been able to really respond to the chat too much. I know it's very early for some of y'all, and hopefully I can get this done within the hour. Totally did not expect the 2 days to be this long. I heard, according to Lied, that the 3 days were about 4 hours of reading in total. Probably assuming no breaks or anything in between. But yeah. Somebody's asking me what 7 divided by 4 is. The answer to that would, if you want a decimal answer, is 1.75, or 1 3/4. I don't know what that's for, but I am just asked. There's your math answer for you. Anyway, I'm back. Here I am. I have more drink. This time it's Pepsi, because there's a lot more Pepsi in the fridge than Coke. And I tried to make it a little more Pepsi than rum, just so it's not so heavy this time around. Just so I can wean off of it for the night. This will probably be the last drink of the night. I don't want to get too crazy with alcoholic drinks. Especially before the weekend, when I know I'm going to be outside a lot. And have a good night, Tiger's Tail. Yeah, you're going to bed 12:55. Yeah, definitely getting late for you, so wish you a good night. And yeah, for everybody else who's just coming or is just, hopping in for a bit, great to see you. Thanks for coming. We're going to start in 30 seconds. I have big brain. Oh my god. It's just because I did a lot of math in school. Alright. 5 seconds left. Also refilled on water too, so don't worry. Oh my god, what am I missing? Oh no, they heard me whistling in the background. I'm so embarrassed. Ah! I'm gonna take another 30 seconds to wallow in my embarrassment. Ah, god. But yeah, I was whistling some stupid Eurovision stuff. I'm sorry. I get so embarrassed about it just because it's like my guilty pleasure. And it's like I keep whistling and just getting it into the obscure ones. Like the older ones too, especially. Anyway, it's 4 hours, 7 minutes. Let's get back into the reading. I find myself staring curiously as she approaches the steps. Is she gonna trip, or... A smile appears on my face as the female jumps over the uneven stone, clearly unaware of that little fault. I guess they were all frequent visitors of Ranok's house. Oh, and good night to Lyde. Non sta good. Is that how you say it? I hate doing this, but considering your situation, we should parade you through the main village. We need the wolves to see that you are simply working elsewhere. She sighs uncomfortably, proceeding to work towards the town. Or walk towards it, sorry. Vol really carries a lot of weight on the tribe. We cannot allow others to think you displeased him somehow. Okay. I nod, following beside her. I did more than displease him, that's for sure. We stroll slowly, our pace almost unnaturally sluggish, as to give as much time for the passing glances. Verissa is very intent on us being seen. In truth, it feels rather weird, but almost a bit exciting to be shown off like that. I straighten up and ensure my step is dignified. I want my wolf to be proud of his ward. My hand instinctively reaches to Ranok's crest on the collar. It became quite a comfort, despite me trying my hardest not to enjoy wearing it. Since he departed, I even sleep with it. I'm betting out of all my 85 people that are here right now, at least 80 of you would sleep with it too. Let's be honest. Considering I didn't take my dandelion with me, it's the best memento I currently have. And much more discreet, that's for sure. No one's here. Good. The female sighs in relief as we pass by Vither's house. I'm not really sure what to make of both hers and Vol's reluctance towards the male. He seems rather fine to me. But any ponderings of that nature are immediately blown away as we enter the main square. To my dismay, we're headed straight for the butchery. I want to ask her what she's doing, but the female beats me to the point. No matter what's going on behind the scenes, we must keep up appearances that you two are fine with each other. While not being on a physical one, I feel very much like a dog being pulled by a leash towards the vet. The closer we get, the more I want to break free and run away. But with so many eyes on me, all I can do is obediently follow. Vol. She stops at the counter, tapping it impatiently with her fingers.
What? Ugh. That little bitch comes squealing to you, didn't it?
The male snaps almost immediately upon spotting me. No, not really. Should he?
Huh?
He's caught off guard, giving me a surprised look.
I bet he was moaning about.
His voice wavers ever so slightly as his eyes dart for a moment to the bruise on my neck. This is awkward.
How badly I mistreated him.
Again, should he? She reiterates, causing him to give me another confused look. Oh my god, who was denser, Volgor or Yuichi? Vote now.
He didn't tell you?
Tell me what? That you went overboard during a playful spar?
A spa?
He's so full of shock that he's almost blowing it. I had to intervene, flashing my eyes at him.
He just grabbed me into a friendly lock, that's all. I muttered discreetly. A likely excuse to brutalize someone. The blood-red irises do not lose me from focus, even for a moment. His gaze drilling into me for answers.
It's called character building.
The wolf stammers, obviously struggling to understand why I didn't tell on him. Be it as it may, you shouldn't have dismissed him like that. It doesn't look good. Ranok left him in your care, and yet I find him today fed by Cora and watered by Tano. I blink, uncomfortable with her word choice. Wait, that last one came out wrong, but you know what I mean. Can't we trust you with such a trivial thing? She sighs in frustration. If you're such an alpha, one would think that looking after a tiny otherkin would not be beyond your capabilities.
Fine. I'll make sure he has food from now on.
Vol spats in annoyance, grabbing a hatchet and turning away. That should go without saying. But it's more than that. You were meant to keep him company.
Ugh. You always come chewing my ears off. If it wasn't the piglet, it would have been something else.
He sneers. He sneers, chopping off a large piece of meat. Seriously. He needs to learn when to put a sock in it. Never mind. Verissa waves her paws, clearly losing interest in continuing this spat in public. I'm going to play the den mother and take care of it, as I take care of everything else. That's my job, right, Vol?
Your words, not mine.
He scoffs and she nudges me to move away. Come. We walk at a brisk pace, Verissa clearly trying to get out of the village without running into any more distractions. I'm not dumb, you know, she mutters, giving me a rather displeased look, and I raise my brows in surprise. I know something went down between the two of you, and whatever it was involves that bruise. But, the female sighs reluctantly, I will trust that you know what you're doing and won't press for details you clearly don't want to give. Just be careful with him. I smile awkwardly, placing a hand on her shoulder in gratitude. She's definitely the more mature of the trio. We continue to meander between different huts and cottages, the female ensuring we avoid as many passers-by as possible. Eventually, the houses give way to grass and shrubs, followed by tall and ancient trees. As we push through the greenery, I look back. Seeing enough distance placed between us and the village, I finally feel comfortable enough to speak again. I don't want the conversation to linger on Vol, though, so I'm looking for a change of subject. When Verissa reaches to correct her leather collar, I get an idea for a somewhat natural segue. I was meaning to ask, I mutter, drawing her attention as she bends away to one of the low-hanging branches. What's that about? I ask idly, causing her to give me a confused look. You're the only wolf I've seen wearing a collar. That's because I'm a ward, just like you. What? I tilt my head in slight disbelief. I serve at behest of our ancestors. I'm at their beck and call. Her voice carries a hint of pride as she caresses the leather strap on her neck. The collar is meant as a reminder of my duty and link to them. Just as yours is a reminder of your duty and link to Ranok. I touch the true silver crest with a smile. It certainly helps to keep him close, that's for sure. What about your arm? I continue my line of questioning, looking over to get up with double curiosity. What about my arm? She muses through a smile, not even regarding me. Most wolves wear some sort of metal band on their right upper arm. But you don't. Does it mean anything? I see nothing eludes you. She smirks, giving me a slightly patronizing look. Those are arm rings. After the moonstone, I'd say they're the second most precious possession a wolf can have. Oh? Inquisitive, aren't you? Well, since I'm stuck here, I might as well understand as much as I can about your people. I swat away an insect that flies annoyingly close to my face, and she simply chuckles. The rings are made from true silver, but apart from being expensive, they also represent adulthood. But you don't have one. Are you not an adult? My tone of voice wavers as if trying to understand the connotation. Does that mean you're not of age? Huh? Oh, sneaky. You and Tano would really get along. No, we won't. I think the fuck not. She stops in her tracks, giving me a suspicious smile, and I shrug. I'm simply curious. To answer your question, I am and I am not. I blink in confusion, to which she shakes her head and continues to walk. Well, yes, but no. There are several stages of becoming an adult wolf. First, you claim your name tree when you reach your 12th year. She veers between the trees, and just as on cue, we're passing one with an inscription carved deep into its bark. When you're 16, you join a pack and claim your place within the tribe. Finally, once you turn 18, you're allowed to undertake a great feat, which, if completed, will enable you to claim your armband. A great feat? For males, the great feat is a task tailored by our shaman specifically to test the mantle of a youngling in question. Some have to remain standing in a combat circle for a full day. Others have to kill an impressive beast. Some others still have to survive winter in the wilds all on their own. I narrow my eyes, immediately wondering what Ranok's great feat was. Vol's definitely the one who killed an impressive beast. Or perhaps he survived a grueling gauntlet, standing tall in defiance of all others. I bet that would leave a lasting expression on the tribe. Perhaps even explaining why everyone's scared of him shitless. I hope my wolf didn't have to do anything too drastic. But then again, nothing she mentioned sounds overly tame. All of this seems incredibly harsh. Versa ponders my assessment for a moment and nods in reluctant agreement. However, her words don't match her concession. Perhaps. But the tribe tries to weed out weakness as early on as possible. At the same time, the feat is never meant to ask more of the wolf than he can possibly accomplish. I feel reluctant posing the question that's on my mind. I don't want to embarrass her. But at the same time, my curiosity is more piqued than before. Versa seems quite capable, so her lack of her ring is pretty perplexing. So, why didn't you complete your feat? Females are a different matter entirely. We are considered of age once our flower blooms. Of course. Your flower? Despite her not stopping or facing me,
I can see her form falter slightly, and it's clear she's cringed a little. Wow, Caelan, what you just said was cringe. Please don't make me spell it out for you. Oh. Okay. I get it. Bees and storks and such. Conversation every kid and their parents dread. That's why we have sex ed at schools, so that we can cringe at strangers instead. Or go to a Catholic school where you barely talk about it for like 1 hour and that's it. And never talk about it ever again. We walk in the awkward silence of my own making. I should really read more frequently into her poetic license, especially when talking about her embarrassing subject matter. The female stops next to a large tree, touching its bark. She trails the length of a green growth and then checks her paw pads, giving them an idle lick. Young lichen. Should be good. I watch as she retrieves her crude blade and pokes gently at the bark. The key is to not expose the naked wood. Otherwise, you'll harm the tree. I just want the top layer. She explains, and I nod in understanding. Name tree or not, they always revere their forest and treat it with the utmost respect. The female struggles for a moment, but eventually detaches a sizable chunk. She breaks into smaller pieces, depositing them neatly inside her bag. Once she's done, we're on the move again. I was quite convinced we've abandoned the subject, but that's when she picks it up again. Anyway, males have their great feat decided by a shaman. That's why it's so important that a shaman has both the insight and foresight. She speaks casually, continuing our trek through the wood. However, our great feat was decided by nature a long time ago. According to our customs, there is no greater feat of strength than to give birth.
Oh boy.
Only once a female has had her first litter, she earns her arm ring.
Realization. Oh my god. Cora, whew. I guess Cora's ahead on the game.
Simply put, unless you bear pups, you're not really considered an adult she-wolf.
Oh, this sounds like some patriarchal bullshit right here.
I frown, uncomfortable with such an assessment. It almost sounds like a soccer mom club. It almost sounds like a soccer mom club. Snobby mothers telling you off for not knowing anything because you have no kids. And because they swear their call was right, and god dang it, they don't know anything about the game. Just shut up and let the kids play, damn it. Sorry, that just hit too close to home. You don't know what doing laundry means until you have children. God, I hated those. I do my own laundry. I've been doing it for years. If anybody says that I don't know unless I have kids, that is BS. That seems a bit unfair. I mumble, quite confused by the arrangement. I guess. She shrugs. Though by the way my mother spoke of it, giving birth does seem like the most horrifying and wonderful thing a female can go through. So I'm not bothered by any perceived inequality. Or I'm not that bothered by it. I concede through a nod, but then another thought hits me. Wait, but you're set up to mate since pups. Why didn't you... You know... I can't believe I actually went there. Caelan, you dunce! I struggle to fully verbalize the question, but thankfully she gives me a knowing look and I don't have to. Is your mate not of age? FBI, open up! Or is he... like in Vol's case?
Oh, he's of age and alive, all right. But there were some complications.
She states indifferently.
We cannot mate until both sexes go through their coming-of-age ceremony. Actually, you didn't mention the coming of age as part of becoming an adult wolf. Because it's not really. It's more of an affirmation.
She holds off over our overreaching bush, waving at me to pass through.
When you complete your great feat, you only prove that your body reached adulthood. Coming of age is meant to test the spirit as well. Each wolf gets a summon on the eve of the 21st moon. Their 21st moon, actually. They get cleansed, they meditate, and they receive spiritual guidance.
So Ranok is 21, give or take. Ranok is 9 plus 10. Ow. I mean, lunar calendar is a few days short.
Again, just like the Great Feat, the instructions are specific to each wolf. Once undertaken, the coming of age connects us with our ancestors and signifies that we carry their favor. Only then do we become full-fledged members of the tribe. And only then can we mate. We need to reach body and soul. The female stops to inspect a group of conchs sprouting out from an old elm. She carefully cuts one off and puts it into her bag. You see, despite flowering, I still had to wait until I finished my ceremony. Moreover, one of the better perks of becoming anointed by the spirits is that all earthly claims on you become null and void. So yes, my mate is of age. A bit displeased, I'm sure, but of age.
Wait. So why does Vol pursue you then?
What do you mean? Isn't it obvious?
Oh, does he not want kids? He's like, I don't want kids. I don't want any of that shit. Please tell me it's that. He's like, I just don't care for responsibility. He's just like, I'm just gonna fuck whoever.
No, not really. I thought you said being a shaman made you celibate.
Oh, Moon, no. She chuckles.
It just means I'm the one calling the shots now. I'll mate with whom I choose and when I see fit. And this is where we arrive at the other reason behind Vol's reignited infatuation. He just wants me to cuck him. Or he just wants me to screw him. Shortly after he gained his freedom, that's when our shaman fell ill. More importantly, his actual apprentice at the time was Andalt, not me. But the shaman had a vision where the ancestors named me his successor, sidetracking years of training and tradition.
Wow, the female takes a deep sigh, almost as if it wasn't a pleasant memory.
With that one announcement, he has uprooted my entire life. But at the same time, he gave me freedom. Vol took it as destiny, clearing a path for us to be together.
And you don't? I ask, confused to hear her say with such irony.
Just because we both got freed from our matches at the same time doesn't mean...
Oh, God. You want to understand. You want to understand, Caelan. It's not a phase. The female waves her paw dismissively, but I just give her a stern look. I understand that you of all wolves should see how crazy of a coincidence that is. Fate or not, I'm not going to ignore who he is. Vol is unbearable. As a friend, I couldn't wish for a better wolf at my side. But a soulmate? Ooh, 2 friend zones in 1 episode, baby! Woo! Man, the ladies are on fire tonight. She snorts ironically. No. It almost seems like she does feel something towards the male. At least the exasperated disappointment suggests she's not entirely dismissive of him. Vol does make for a good companion. He just gets in his way too often to let any good faith to bloom. That's because he doesn't know how to show his feelings. I mutter, drawing her attention. I think he just believes he has to act tough and rough, because that's what's expected of males around here. Even Ranok has this weird attitude that male has to be all that. If he cares so much about me, then he should know that's not what I expect of him. I need a friend, not a lover. And with him, it's always one or the other. What if he could be both? ¿Por qué no las dos? I propose a question, and she nearly chokes. She looks at me stunned for a moment, but then lets out a mocking laugh. That would be the day. I try to nod in agreement, despite the irony in her voice. I appreciate you speaking of him kindly, especially considering the badge of his esteem you bear on your neck. But one cannot keep explaining away certain behaviors. At some point, it just becomes wishful thinking. Or worse yet, enabling. She lets a frown take over her expression. It lingers, and I feel slightly worried that I might have upset her. But she quickly banishes the gloom. Anyway, I am still quite young and have more pressing matters to attend to. I'm in no rush when it comes to romance. I nod with a smile and we continue our walk. She rummages through different shrubs, clearly looking for specific things. Sometimes those are berries, sometimes leaves, or simply just bare stalks. The silence protracts, and I keep mulling over our little conversation. Since I don't feel like pushing further into Vol's territory, I decide to entertain my plain curiosity. This got me thinking. If the only way for a female to get an arm ring is to bear pups, what if she turns out to be barren? Well, I guess you answer your own question. No pups, no arm ring. Verissa shrugs. And what if the male's the problem? That's hardly ever an issue. Because we mate with multiple partners, a barren male will leave a trail of dissatisfied females. Damn, an answer for everything. Just fuck them all you want. I cannot help but feel like their sex life has been deprived of a deeper meaning. It seems so systematic. Like a process to go through to get your parking validated. Getting parked on this dick! It's also why a male's first mating is usually quite intense. She throws in randomly, her tail giving an idle flicker, almost as if she's meant to tease me and I take the bait. What do you mean? I blurt out, trying to stop a blush from creeping onto my face.
Well, there's a lot of pressure to make sure that one gets it right the first time. From the gossip, I understand that first-timers are very much in demand.
The female chuckles as she inspects a bloom she had found between the roots of a large tree.
They keep going at it throughout the day and night, often even creeping into the second evening, all to ensure the deed is done.
Well, they're the opposite of humans, let me just say that. How is that a good thing? I mumble, not able to imagine a 24-hour sex marathon.
Apparently, we females are hard to satisfy, so a male that is a long runner is very much a good thing indeed.
And just like that, I feel extremely flushed. But in all honesty, it does sound quite enticing. Ranok's naked image pops into my mind, and all I can think about is him claiming me for hours on end. Oh my god! Man, Kael really just wrote that out for the fans. Oof. After all, as Vol said himself, Ranok has stamina. Shit. She notices the shift in my heart rate and laughs. I knew you'd find the subject interesting. I look away as she kneels next to another shrub, picking through some leaves and cutting away certain branches. I mean, it's human nature, right? She blinks.
I'd say just nature, but you know what you mean.
I try to rein in my runaway train of thought and bring myself back to the conversation with my dignity intact. It sounds as if the longevity of the mating is born more of desperation than passion. It's a mixture of both. Varissa concedes, still rummaging through the shrubbery.
I mean, the males are 21 before they get to wet their wicks.
There's a lot of pent-up energy there. Surely you've noticed. Oh my god. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh god, you don't need to explain it. I nearly yelp out, surprised she keeps pushing my buttons and the female laughs, standing up. Oh, I'm sure you're sure what I mean. She crooned seductively, lifting my chin with her paw. No! Why is everybody sipping over the main character?
Ranok getting excited at the slightest of touch. Vol going mental over anything that has to do with me. They're all on edge.
Oh. Yeah. I mumble. I get it now. Wait. Does this possibly mean that Ranok has done it with Korra? Were they the mates? So as a result, they did that and now they're free to pursue who else now? What is going on? She teases one last time, finally continuing our walk through the woods.
But yes, I suppose there is a bit of desperation as well. I mean, no male wants to walk out of his first mating without fathering pups. That sort of mishap leads to unfortunate rumors which are awfully hard to wash off.
Even if he eventually sires a pup? I ask, slowly managing to lower my own excitement. The more clinical this conversation becomes, the better.
Well, supposedly a male
Supposedly, supposedly a male failed with 2 females, and suddenly succeeds with a third? Oh boy. She poses her own question. The less kind among the tribe might question if it was he who finally accomplished the task. Oh boy. That sort of thing stays with a male for the rest of his life. Verissa admits uncomfortably, kneeling next to a small clump of mushrooms. So, all in all, we females don't have the idea of bad... So all in all, we females don't have the bad end of the stick. There is no doubt if the pup is ours. She plucks a few of them, giving them an idle sniff. All of this sounds so incredibly wrong. She ponders, standing up and giving me a telling look. Okay, I'm not trying to be judgy, but... I protest, lifting my hands up. I'm just trying to understand your culture. From what you say, it's just a self-perpetuating system that is driven by fear and paranoia. Welcome to America! And religion. In fact, it prevents you from considering your true feelings and attachments because your reputation is at stake. Capitalism. Well, when you put it that way, I suppose you're right. She shrugs, turning away and approaching another bush. How else would you put it? I ask as she looks between the leaves, picking at oval red berries. I mean, even you yourself admitted that you're glad to be outside of it, capable to make that call when you want and with whom you want. Deep down, you know it's how it's supposed to be. I wouldn't go that far. She refutes indifferently, still focused on her task. True, it's nice to have a sense of agency from time to time. However, if I were forced to mate with my intended, I would have pups by now. That wouldn't be the worst outcome, would it? The female finally faces me with a weak smile to put on emphasis behind her question. And once I had that out of the way, I'd find time to seek love and companionship. Just as countless wolves did before me. As it happens, right now neither motherhood nor soulmate are at the top of my priorities. So all possible outcomes are entirely indifferent to me. She shrugs, giving me something to think about. I guess she really does look at things from a wider perspective. It's near impossible not to admire her stoicism, although I struggle to understand it. Subscriber. Oh, somebody subscribed. Thanks to Green Boy Leroy for subscribing. That is also another alert in my alert box. Hope you like my stuff and have fun on this channel. But yes, it is near impossible not to admire her stoicism, although I struggle to understand it. For someone so young, and you are young, both body and soul, you must place a lot of your attention on romantic feelings. Verissa reiterates, looking deep into my eyes. You're without memories, away from home amongst creatures you see for everything but what you truly are, or what they truly are, your enemies. Your life is on the line, Caelan. I swallow heavily, as her voice takes on a rather serious tone. I'd suggest you rid yourself of all childish notions for the nearest future. It would help us all a great deal. She laughs me off and proceeds to walk deeper into the forest. Despite feeling foolish, I try not to show it and walk briskly next to her. The woods become denser and darker as the thick canopy above us acts like a blanket. Varissa is clearly on the lookout for some herbs, task which I have little to contribute. The protracting silence begins to grate me, and I consider her last words carefully. Instead of focusing on triviality, I need to think more about our current predicament. I decide to touch upon a matter I'd meant to discuss with them for a while now. Speaking of something that could help us a great deal, I recently discovered I speak different languages. Yes, Wolven being the prime example. She teases, shaking her head. No, I mean, I don't know how to explain this, but I don't hear other languages, but rather... God. The female takes a stop and gives me a curious glance. They all blend into one. What do you mean? So you know how you hear Wolven, right? Yes. That's how all languages sound to me. Huh? She sounds confused. The chief at the feast. I understood what he was saying in those human languages. Granted, I assumed you would. I'm met with a shrug. You are a human after all. No, you don't get it. I try to figure out how to best spell it out for her, and then I remember my exchange with Trist. I knew it! I knew this thing was gonna come up. Uncertain if I should spill that little nugget of information or not, I hesitate for a moment. I mean, we did make a truce, and throwing him under the bus like that doesn't even seem like me keeping my end of the bargain. Reluctantly, I decide to keep my knowledge of Sylvan to myself for the time being. Not sure what paranoia I could feed into the hearts of these wolves. Perhaps they'd think I am a spy. But the human languages should be enough to convince her. When he spoke human, it sounded exactly the same as Wolven does. In fact, either of the human dialects sounded the same. She thinks for a moment, looking rather perplexed. Despite her collected outward appearance, I can see that she's struggling with the concept. Isn't it how multilingual people function? What? Now I'm the one thrown off, blinking at her question. I mean, I don't even know how speaking another language works. Wolven is all I know. I never had to learn a second language. Doesn't it auto-translate into your mother tongue in your head? Huh? Okay, now I'm stumped. I mean, yes? Sort of? I get increasingly confused, not even accounting for the possibility that she doesn't speak any other language. But you should be able to tell the difference, even if you subconsciously understand the meaning behind the words. They're not the same. But you do understand them subconsciously, she points out. By your own admission, that's how it works, right? I guess? My conviction falters. She's going to rationalize it, isn't she? I still shouldn't hear them as one and the same. I'd say it's just confusion caused by the trauma that's behind your memory loss. Your mind is trying to make sense of more important matters than language barriers, so it skips them. She shrugs and continues to walk away, almost as if letting me know she's done with the subject. But, I sigh. I guess. I'm surprised by her dismissiveness, but without revealing I speak Sylvan, there's little chance to make her reconsider. And since she's the most reasonable of the trio, I doubt I'll have any more luck with either Ranok or Vol. Defeated, I shake my head and decide to simply enjoy the stroll for what it's worth. I watch as she inspects the different growths, picking through their leaves and berries. She places some of the greenery into my basket, and the silence continues. As it drags on, I begin to feel rather uncomfortable. Desperate for another topic, I think back to the morning exchange between Cora and Tano. Got me curious about the relationship between the White Wolf and Ranok. There's one more thing I was meaning to ask you. Lucky me. This morning, when I was in Tano and Koro's company, quite inadvisably, might I add, she interjects with a clearly displeased tone. Well, they talked about him and Ranok, about their friendship and eventual falling out. I could see she feigns interest and surprise, clearly wanting me to continue with the query about having to add anything unprompted. I was just wondering, why did they fall out? And you're asking me this because you're Ranok's friend, are you not? I am. She stops, giving me a quite perplexed look. And that is why I hold my peace on matters that do not concern me. If you wish to know what happened, and should he want to divulge, that is his story to tell. Unless you mean to ask Tano. The female shrugs mockingly. Otherwise, it's just hearsay. Despite being sassy with me on occasion, this is the first time I see her being this touchy. Almost as if Ranok's and Tano's falling out was more than just that. My curiosity aside, I decide not to confront her further on the matter and just drop it. Although it's good to know that she keeps her friend's confidence. It makes me ashamed that I even asked. In truth, I'd definitely rather hear this from Ranok. Conversation going nowhere. I just observe as she goes about her business, picking different herbs and explaining their names as we continue. Yarrow, rosemary, salvia, silverleaf. All meaning very little to me, but being quite important to her work. I try to pay attention as much as I can, as I deposit them into my basket, but my simple mind can handle only so little. They're just green leaves to me, aside from an occasional clump of moss or a shroom. Witch elm is apparently important to her healing ointments, like the one used on my stab. She wedges her rusty but trusty blade into the bark to gain another few chips, as well as harvests some leaves. Could you look around for Moses? Could you look around for moss? The female asks idly, continuing to pick through the branches. Sure. I nod, walking off some distance and checking various trees. Not far off, I find a tail birch covered with the green growth. Is this one okay? I call out and she leans from behind her witch elm. Not sure what's so witchy about it. Looks like a regular tree to me. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. I need moon moss or swan's neck. Preferably both. Verissa grumbles, struggling with a more stubborn of the elm's limbs. Yeah, that tells me a lot. Moon moss is blue in tint and has a small white pulp at the end, or polyps. Those are polyps. I know what those are because stories. Moon moss is blue in tint and has small white polyps at the end of each stalk. Swan's neck, she huffs, has a fern-like leaves with stalks bent in the shape of a swan's neck. Thus the name. I chuckle, seeing her fall onto her rump as the branch finally gives way. Despite initial confusion, I quickly manage to locate what I assume is moon moss, very much as she described, blue with white dots speckling on its surface. Think I've got it. Good job. I can hear her strained breath as she carries a sizable heap of leaves towards me. She dumps them into the basket and inspects my feet, or my find, actually. Real good job. Her voice takes on a more impressed tone. I think this one's just sprouting. That's good. That's excellent. She perks up her tongue in a determined fashion and begins cutting at the roots of the growth. Once she has her fill, the female looks around to find our bearing. Really, all that would be needed is some swan's neck. But it isn't that much of a deal. Let's take a roundabout way back into the village and count for a lucky streak, Sounds good to me. I smile and proceed to follow her lead. In all fairness, I'm quite confused when it comes to our position, so having her as a guide is quite a comfort. As we walk through the thickets, I cannot help but wonder about all the different plants and berries spurning about. I'm sure it's too cold for them, although the forest does make it feel as it's much warmer than I think. I cannot help but notice. Have you actually tried? She snorts, mocking my constant vigilance, but I decide to ignore the jab. That the plants here, aren't they a bit anachronic? My, someone ate a whole dictionary for breakfast. What the fuck does that word mean? The female continues her teases, and I chuckle. I mean, they're slightly out of time, no? It's early spring. Tiranon is very specific like that. Verissa responds, pushing away some shrubs to create a safer trail for my bare feet. It springs to life relatively quickly after winter, and plants here are governed by their own rules. To us, it's just normal, but I do understand it's quite unusual elsewhere. She shrugs, stepping over a large fallen trunk. Some call Tiranon the furthest part of the Everspring Woods. Everspring? I ask, stopping beside her as she's looking beneath the log for some additional specimens. Yes, it's an enchanted forest ruled over by the lynxkin to the very far north of Avalon. But it's just poetic comparison. Both woods are far apart and have nothing in common. Have a good night, Nava Floof. Sorry if I'm not able to say goodnight to everybody. Her voice wavers as she strains to reach something from underneath. Why is it called Everspring? It is said to be in the state of perpetual bloom. The female finally huffs, pulling a handful of small mushrooms. Sounds magical. And boring. Autumns here are quite something, I can tell you. She muses, while dusting off her dress and entering a more energetic step. As we pass through another thicket, I notice a large swath of purple flowers I'm sure I recognize. I think about picking a few stalks when suddenly she grabs my hand. What are you doing? Wanted to pick some lavender to take home. You know, for the best boy. He actually smells like lavender if you take a whiff. Am I gonna do this in the middle of a Far Beyond the World stream? I'm not weird, you are. And good night to Derpman 203. Anyway, wanted to pick up some lavender to take home. It's not that it smells or anything, but it would be a nice change of ambience. That's no lavender. The female frowns, releasing my hand. That's wolfsbane. Deadly poisonous. 'Cause it's the bane of their existence. What? I jump away, almost as if I were bitten by a viper. Don't worry. Simply touching it won't cause you harm. But you better not mess around with it. Damn, it looks so pretty. Could have sworn it looks like lavender. Easy mistake to make, perhaps. She concedes. But a serious tone, nonetheless. A bundle of lavender will ease you to sleep. A bundle of wolfsbane will send you to the great beyond. It'll sure put me to sleep. Permanent sleep. Yeah. No thanks. I mumble awkwardly, rubbing my arm. I should definitely stay away from picking herbs anytime soon. Oh, that's wild lavender. Oh no, my thing has low battery. Quick, gotta grind through this! She points in a different direction to a bunch of green stalks in the distance. But those are barren. Versa quickly picks on my confusion. It's not the season for it. Lavender is a late summer bloom. Huh? Yeah, you better not mess with our flora unsupervised. She laughs me off and invites to walk beside her. We continue meandering through the thickets, but despite our detour, we don't stumble upon Swan's Neck. I make extra sure to inspect every moss patch we find, regardless of her protests and resignation. I want to be useful for something. Eventually, we arrive at the main square, and she picks the wicker basket from my hand. I better head back and get those started. I'll check in on you in the evening, before the feast if that's alright. Sure. I won't be able to stay long though, so don't get your expectations high. I won't. I chuckle and brush her off. Maybe my heart does sink a little that I'll have to spend the rest of the day alone. But I won't let her know it. She has a lot on her mind, and if any of the harvest is meant to create some sort of panacea for the wounded, if there will be any wounded, then I'd rather have her at it as soon as possible. Head straight for the cottage and don't stop for anything. We really don't need you to draw any more attention, and you have a tendency to do just that. I nod and simply rush off, my silk dress swooshing in the wind. There's no reason for me to run, but I really want to get out of sight, especially since more and more gazes land on me. As I pass different wolves, they express their unhappiness with me being out and about.
Where's the fire?
Calls one I nearly bumped into. I can't believe... I can't believe he left it unattended. Now the monkey's running wild. Another jab from a complete stranger, but I don't mind.
Out of 6 alphas in this tribe, I have confidence of 3, and curiosity of the 4th. I'd say I'm doing pretty fine, thank you very much. It doesn't take long to reach the house, and I jump over the steps. I'm Shathid, and I jump across the street. I'm Caelan, and I jump across the steps. It's good to be home. Once I close the doors behind me, I take a deep breath and try to relax. Fine, I gotta get one more out of me. I'm Caelan, and my boyfriend is Ranok. I'm Caelan, and I know how to speak all the languages. I totally did not think of a second line. I thought I was on fire there. Anyway, let's continue on. More material for the editor. The walk in the woods was both insightful and invigorating. That's pretty much all exchanges I had with Verissa to date. Quite parched due to our stroll, I take a mug and dunk it into the barrel. No, it turned off! Are you freaking kidding me? Oh boy. Well, this better stay in multi-output device 3 mode. Okay. No audio in my ears. We are dry running this baby. Quite parched due to our stroll, I take a mug and dunk it into the barrel. I really need a drink. Flopping comfortably into the chair, I simply sip and unwind thinking about the crazy 2 days I had so far. Despite missing Ranok a whole lot, plenty enough is going on to keep my mind occupied and buzzing with activity. From Vol's infatuation and childish outbursts to Tano's curiouser? Never knew that was a word. To Tano's curiouser and curiouser past with Ranok. Cora's apparent sadness at their falling out and Verissa's evasiveness on the matter only add to the mystery. There's so much to think about, and my imagination runs wild. Could Tano be Ranok's first crush? Oh no! It would explain this little back and forth at the feast. Low-key. I totally feel it. It's gonna be something like that. I could totally see it coming. But then again, how would Tano take away Ranok's happiness? If they were an item, was it a heart-wrenching breakup or a story of betrayal? I snort at my wild theories. It almost feels as if I've suddenly slipped from a fairy tale territory into Spanish soap operas. Despite how exciting the speculation is, I do find it quite disturbing that Ranok's and Tano's feud seems to run deeper than just the superficial. Friends or lovers, I'm not sure how I feel about deep bonds like that severed so completely. Especially if it was over something stupid. And knowing Ranok, it definitely was something stupid. 3 years means they were still just teens. Not that I deny my wolf any credit. He is quite patient. But he also tends to dance around the truth a whole lot. With love or friendship, that's never a good practice. Especially if one is stubborn to admit wrongdoing in the first place. Then again, Tano is a very underhanded and sneaky guy. Maybe he fucked Ranok over one too many times. My wolf is quite principled. Being constantly let down definitely would not sit well with him. Unless it was really more than that. I wonder if they...
No. God, I've been getting exceedingly distracted by the horny stuff while here. It's none of my business if they did stuff or not. I just wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Tano seems like a wolf you really do not want to piss off unintentionally. He will argue you to death with facts and logic. I try to keep myself occupied by tidying up the place, washing up the used up dishes and making sure the cottage is presentable for when Ranok finally returns. Because he will return. I just know it. In the meantime, to keep my spirits up, I just think of all the conversations we have once he's back. Or that we can have once he's back. The idea of all the answers I can get makes me quite excited. Excited enough to steel my resolve against any pervasive thoughts. I simply pet my dandelion and drift away on a daydream to the moment I see that goofy wolf again. Eventually, it gets sufficiently dark that I realize my musings have taken me into the evening. With very little left to do, drifting off and overthinking stuff is pretty much all I have. The latter of which I do all the time. And that's no good. I start up the fire and simply heat up one of the pies in the small pan. I savor the meal as much as I can, but between the warmth of the hearth, the food, and the ale, I begin to drift off. A soft knock on the door stirs me up from my stupor, and I rush to open the doors. Oh God, it's Cora! Uh-oh, what do we say?
Hey there, pet.
Oh boy, Verissa. Verissa probably just couldn't get her offer back. Cora catches me by surprise, and I blink in confusion towards Verissa's bemused muscle. Clearly, the curious female followed her here, intent on going to the feast together.
Well, go on.
The tawny girl is overly excited, and it gets me increasingly curious and awake. Finally, Verissa rummages inside her bag and places a pinkish-looking bar onto the table. Don't you dare drop this.
It's soap.
She elongates her speech as if she was talking to a child.
For washing up.
Now she follows it up with a pantomime consisting of rubbing her own tits and pits. Oh, God. Damn, the thirst is real. Wait. I don't know why. Did I think that Cora had an armband? Wasn't it on her right? Wait, did she not have an armband this entire time? Am I going crazy? Come on. No change of position so far, so I can't really see if it's on her other arm. I give a discreet glance to Verissa, matching her irked expression.
It smells of flour.
Please don't. Finally, the white female grabs one of her paws. He's an otherkin, not a moron. Sorry. Cora mutters awkwardly and readjusts her expression.
Just smell it.
She grabs the bar and takes a sniff, inviting me to do the same. I shrug and decide to entertain her. If it's lavender, I swear to God, I'm gonna end this game. Well, Amicus, what do you have to say for this? This is all your fault.
It smells of lavender. I blink, looking to the white female. I had some dry florets and found an old recipe. It wasn't hard to make, just needed some tallow. She shrugs, causing Cora to scoff in amusement. I know how to make soap, V. Oh, God. She blurts out through a snort and I sigh intentionally. Or internally, sorry. Of course she does. She's cute, nice, somewhat smart, and handy. I was talking, Verissa cuts off, rolling her eyes in annoyance. To myself. You need rest. You overwork yourself. Cora waves her paw and ruffles my hair. Anyway, pity we have to leave him here, but we better go. I don't want to get another scolding from Aldris. Yeah. You go ahead, hun. I'll go check in on something. Okie dokie. See you later, pet. Yeets out the door. We wait, watching as Cora steps outside and Verissa leans in with a whisper. Stay put. I nod, holding up at the pinkish bar. Thanks for this. V. I tease her with her newfound nickname. Oh, do not. She's gonna slap you across the room. Now, don't beat Cora with a brick. Just beat her with the bar of soap. No, don't actually beat her up. She doesn't seem that bad. Don't you start. I made it to give you a little taste of home while Ranok's away. I swear to God, if Ranok comes home and smells like lavender, we are just gonna freaking lose it. I mean, lavender is common, though, honestly. I can't think of anything else that people really smell like plant-wise. I can't really think of anything. I guess there's, like, almond? I don't know. I don't know plants. I suck at plants. I assumed you wanted lavender for toiletries, and Ranok mentioned you talked about soap earlier. He did? I blinked, again taken aback by his constant thoughtfulness. It's better you wash up using this than take an accidental bath in wolfsbane. That would not be pleasant. She snorts, causing me to shake my head. Either way, I better go. It's much more brief than I had hoped, but such is life. Don't worry, I get it. I nod and embrace her, causing the female to stumble slightly in shock. For a moment, I think I have crossed the line, but she reassures me by returning the hug. Stay put, she reiterates before taking her leave. Once she's out, I just bounce the bar in my hand a little and then place it on the cupboard. I'm thinking of using it for a moment, but considering how tired I've gotten, washing up would just wake me up. And I'm not about to spend a lonely night in this empty house awake. Drink yourself to sleep, drink more ale. Instead, I drink a deep cup of water. This is not water, but demonstration only. I drink a deep cup of water, pet my dandelion, and put the fires out. As I pass the rack, I pick up one of Ranok's cloaks and take it with me to the bedroom. There I pull off the dress, fold it neatly onto the chest, and slip into the linen. Oh my god, that makes me think of a character in my D&D campaign named Linen. Once I'm comfortably splayed out, I snuggle into the cloak and inhale deeply, trying to remind myself of his scent. With at least a shred of his presence, I feel safe and snug. Slowly drifting off. Drifting. I feel safe and snug, slowly drifting off into an effortless stream. Oddly enough, no whispers come to interrupt, and I couldn't be gladder. I simply surrender to the memory of my wolf, who, thanks to his cloak, almost feel as if he was embracing me. And this is where I'm going to end things for this episode. I'm only doing the first 2 days of 3 in this episode. We'll conclude the last one in the next Far Beyond the World episode. I don't know exactly when I'll do it. Maybe I'll finish it off this weekend. Maybe I'll save it for next week. Still figuring it out. It's like what people want. Because I also really am looking forward to, what is it? Arches is still waiting to come out, but Dastra, like, Interia is out, and that's the other one I was really looking forward to playing. And then there's Pass, where Dean's Root just got updated, like, a couple of weeks ago. Or not a couple of weeks ago? Was it a week ago? It was something kind of recent. I don't know, but I'd done Tyson's Root, like, a little bit before that. But, yeah, this is the end of the update. Just gonna double check my OCD to make sure I have saved it. Yep, the end of reading at 5 hours and 24 minutes. What a long reading. And I love how my editor joked about my streams being long and used Far Beyond the World as one of my great examples. But yeah, this is an example. Like, this one can really go on for a while. Lots of content to it. So, yep, you can all leave now. You can all go to bed. You can finally pass out. But before I end my stream, I'm going to quickly thank my patrons. I'm waiting for the patrons to load. Alright, I'm gonna... First off, I want to thank my fellow dorks, my $3 and above tier. North Grizz, Andrew Corona, Nick Tanner, Type A Roth, Norbert Dudzik, Scion, Bagram Wolfram, the Nui Nguyen. And that's it. I think I'm having issues with my audio. Oh, I think my audio just turned off when I turned my headphones off. I'll turn them on temporarily to see if the music comes back on. Will this change anything? Hold on. Sorry about this. Just a little last minute technical difficulties. This is just strange. Anyway, I'll just do a quick little refrain on it again after I connect my headphones. Everybody just wants Ranok. I'm sorry, it's 5.5 hours in and it's past midnight for me. I need to go to bed. But, oh man. Let me just see if I change the properties up. Sorry, this is a quick little thing. I can't really change it, unfortunately. So for now, the desktop audio is just going to be out of commission for the end of this video. So apologies for terrible audio setup right now.
Oh, did I do something? Thought I did. Anyway, once again, I am going to restart my whole thanking the patrons thing. So, it's a bit too late to do the music, so unfortunately we have no music in the background for this, but I want to thank my patrons for, helping me out with this stuff, helping me get, edits of my video commissioned and whatnot, and just, helping me to kind of bolster and promote my channel through, funding it and, supporting it, and just, helping me to grow it, and then maybe eventually get it more expanded into maybe help me possibly subsidize myself off of it. It's, I do this stuff as a hobby, and, everything else is icing on the cake. So, once again, I'm going to thank my fellow dorks, the $3 and above tier, North Grizz, Andrew Corona, Nick Tanner, Type A Roth, Norbert Dudzik, Sion, Magram Wolfram, and the Louis Nguyen. And finally, hope they're still here. Looks like they're still here. Oh no, hopefully they're not hopefully they have not left yet. My exclusive dorks, my $10 and above tier. Hopefully you're still here to hear this, but Fire Night 2008. They just said goodnight, Dirk. So, sorry if you did not get to catch this part, but yes. Fire Night is my exclusive dork at $10 and above, and yeah. There's 3 perks, fellow dork, exclusive dork, and best boy, I think it's called, or something like that. But that one's really high, and I don't think anybody's going to do that unless they really want to commit. But yeah, fellow dorks and exclusive dorks are some very accessible tiers, in my opinion. And they all come with their great perks, including early access to my VN Ocean Avenue, access to, NSFW readings that I do for some of these scenes uncensored, and just some of those little perks. So, yeah. Hopefully y'all enjoy this, and yeah, I want to thank y'all for just being here and just, supporting the stuff. We got so many people in tonight, and I know y'all are heading out now because it's late, but I really appreciate everybody coming in for the ride and just enjoying it, kind of playing along with me. But anyway, good night to Jason Ingram, Rocky Husky. Thanks to all my chat people for saying good night to other people, so then I can say good night to y'all too. Yeta1. Anyway, that is all I have for tonight, so thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, take care, guys.